Well, if she's reading from a document, then if they can just give us the document.
Yes or no.
It's hard. I know. Yeah, I know.
But she told me she's not going to stand at the podium and design.
You know, that's interesting because most residents would want a stormwater pond next to their property.
As a buffer.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. But Jason said, public safety perspective, they take ponds on the road.
On the road, yeah. Yeah, because you can wreck. Okay. So we had a meeting with the insurance people today. I felt like it was a little different than what Danielle had kind of talked about. Like they prefer to not have agreements with providers. Because when they have agreements with providers, they typically have to give more than.
So how does it work?
They recommend you have it with one hospital, you know, not like both HCA and St. Cloud. And then they recommended that you.
These are representative. Actually, make it one
Right. 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 That's what I figured. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So it was. So it's more like they want you with your. You can do pave the way with your doctor ahead of time, right? So that no, like the employee, you know, so they can potentially have an agreement with the doctor for maybe you or the plan. Could be a specific person or the plan. It was a little different. I mean, they basically said it's still the same. Everything else is just that. That to me was that wasn't how I really understood it. But it's something that's good for us in the way they explained it.
Chilly in here
I'll
tonight.
sign up for that. They call it noise, right? They're like, it's still the same thing. Your insurance provider had to approve you going to these places. It's the same process. It's just you will be talking to our representative. And they, yes, before you get there. If you just go on your own, they can probably make it work on the fly. But some providers won't. Right. So it was a little different. We'll see. It was a little different.
Trying to get my HR.
council meeting. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public. If you desire to be recognized by the chair, please fill out a request form and present it to the city clerk present in the council chambers. Each speaker shall be allotted 3 minutes to address the council. Unless such time is extended by the mayor or from questions from council, group shall designate a spokesperson to avoid repetition of comments. Every effort will be made to avoid interrupting speakers. Thank you for participating in your city government. Please silence all electronic devices. I'll now call this meeting to order. And can we all please stand for the invocation by Pastor Randy Law from National Day of Prayer of Osceola County and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you in the name of Jesus, the name above all names. I ask, Father, in the name of Jesus, that you just guide this meeting, Lord. Father, they need your wisdom, your discernment. You're the only one who knows the future. Father, may they make the choices that are best for the community, Lord. Father, not self-interests, but what's truly best for the people that you've put them over, Lord God Almighty, to serve the people in the best ways they can, Lord. Bless the city, Father. We ask that you just guide all the decisions that they make this evening. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Robertson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
Councilmember Urban.
Here.
Councilmember Fletcher.
All right, and first up, agenda updates. City Manager, do we have any agenda updates?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to request that public hearing number 9, ordinance 2026-06. The applicant has requested to continue this item to the May 14th, 2026 council meeting.
May 2026?
May 14th, 2026.
Oh, May, sorry. May 14th, 2026, gotcha. All right, and we need a motion to.
We need to
approve
read it into the record first
All
and
right.
then have a motion to continue it if we could.
that. Yes, sir. Will the clerk please read item number 9 to the record?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-06, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 743.53 acres identified as Whaley Plat. Project ANX 25-00020, generally located north of Lake Tohopelaga, east of Osceola Road, south of Kissimmee Park Road, west of Lake Tohopelaga Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
All right, can we get a motion on that?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, next up, we have presentations. First, we have a proclamation of recognition of National Prayer Day by Deputy Mayor Gilbert to Randy Law.
You know, when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, it always has God's name in the Pledge of Allegiance, so that's pretty cool. So I love that our country is based on that. But I have a proclamation. I have actually 2 today, so I don't know if to take my glasses on or off because I can't see you guys, so hopefully that's good, but I should be able to read this. Whereas April marks the anniversary, let me try again. That's the second proclamation. See, I told you I couldn't read. Where America is founded on the principles of religious faith and freedom, and throughout the history of our state, nation, we have humbly prayed for the guidance and comfort where needed and have given thanks for many blessings which God has graciously bestowed upon us, this nation, and its inception. And whereas prayer is regarded by millions as the most important utterance for mankind for its benefit, and the National Day of Prayer is a day set aside by Congress for all Americans to pray and reaffirm the spiritual principles upon which this nation was founded. And where in every state across America, the observance of the National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 7th, 2026, with the theme, Glorify God Among the Nations, Seeking Him in All Generations. That's 1 Chronicles 16:24. And across our nation and in the world, May 7th, 2026, Americans will unite at a specific time in prayer to acknowledge the dependence upon God, to ask for forgiveness, mercy, grace, and wisdom as we are faced with unprecedented challenges, and to give thanks for the many blessings our country has received from Him, to recognize our need for personal and corporate renewal of moral values, to invoke God's wisdom and blessing upon our leaders, and ask God to heal and unite our city, state, and nation during these difficult times. I, therefore, Ken Gilbert, Deputy Mayor of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, along with our City Council, do hereby Thursday, May 7th as National Prayer Day.
I'm short. No, we would love to invite you as the community to come on out for National Day of Prayer. St. Cloud this year is actually going to have a 2-hour instead of a 1-hour. You're going to be having from 11 to 2 o'clock at the Lakefront Pavilion. If you can come and join, this is a big year. It's 250 years of our nation, 75 years of National Day of Prayer. So it's a year to truly thank the Lord for our nation and what He's done. He's allowed us to remain strong. You know, we need to get together as Americans and pray for our nation. That's how we were founded. In Kissimmee, we will be from 12 to 1. If you work in the area of Kissimmee at the courthouse, in between the old courthouse and where the commissioner's quarters are, we'll be there from 12 to 1. And then in the evening, at the sheriff's offices, there will be a celebration from 6:30 to 8 o'clock in the evening for those that can't come during the daytime. That's a big celebration that they're hosting for the 75 years and 250 for our nation. So if you can join us that evening, there'll be praise and worship and just a time of being together as a community and just acknowledging our God. And Ronald Reagan said, if we ever forget that we're one nation under God, we will be one nation gone under. Teddy Roosevelt, the teachings of the Bible are so interwoven with our whole civic and social life that it would be impossible for us to figure out what the loss would be if these teachings were removed. We need to stand up as Americans. We have our soldiers overseas fighting for the freedoms that we have here. We need to take advantage and enjoy them. So I welcome you to come and join us. Thank you. Thank you.
It's 11 to 1. 11 to 1. Can I just?
The St. Cloud Pavilion down here at the Performing Arts Pavilion will be 11 to 1, and we'd love you all to come out. And at the, I'll have some of these in the back out there that the Sheriff's Department was with the chaplains that of the Sheriff's Department that are doing it at the facility where they work on the sheriff's cars. That used to be the dealership. That's where that'll be held, and that starts at 6:30 on the same day. Thank you.
Are we good?
Yep.
It's hard to do.
Can I give these out to the council members?
Yes, give it to the clerk, give it to the clerk if she has one. I appreciate you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, and thank everybody here. Again, 11 to 1 at Lakeshore on the Pavilion, and we'd love to see everybody there. It's a great community event, and please join us, but just not you. Invite everybody. It's a cool thing. When the power of prayer, when two or more together, stuff happens. Okay. The next proclamation is going to be Fair Housing Month. Now you got to think about Fair Housing Month in this excerpt. In 1968, the federal government put a law together for Fair Housing Month. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and you'll understand why they did it in 1968. I was born then, probably the rest of the council wasn't. Whereas April marks the anniversary of the passage of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, landmark legislation that prohibits discrimination in the safe rental and financing of housing based on race, color, religion, sex, disability, family status, and national origin. And whereas fair housing protection promotes equal opportunity, expands access to housing, and helps ensure that all residents can live in a community free from discrimination and the barriers to opportunity. And where diverse and inclusive neighborhoods strengthen our local economy, enhance education and employment opportunities, and contribute to the overall quality of life for all residents. Whereas local government, housing providers, lenders, nonprofit organizations, and our own Osceola Realtors play a vital role in advancing fair housing education, outreach, and enforcement within our community. And Osceola Realtors are committed to upholding the principles of the Fair Housing Act through professional standards, advocacy, and the ongoing education that promotes equal housing opportunities for all. And Fair Housing Month provides an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to equal housing opportunity and to encourage all residents to learn about their rights and responsibilities under the fair housing laws. Now, therefore, I, Deputy Mayor Ken Gilbert, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Fair Housing Month and encourage all residents, businesses, and communities and organizations to promote fair housing practices, celebrate diversity, and work together to ensure equal housing opportunities for all for the Fair Housing Month. Thank you.
Can we have Teresa O'Doherty and Twist Liz Swain, would you like to come on up and receive this proclamation?
I'm sorry, I should ask you all first.
We got you.
Thank you, Mayor. Back.
Got you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here. On behalf of Osceola Realtors, we are proud to accept this proclamation for Fair Housing Month. Unfortunately, Deputy Mayor Gilbert took all the words out of my mouth because I don't want to repeat myself, but the Fair Housing Act was enacted in 1968. It is 58 years old. And Osceola Realtors are very serious about keeping everybody far from discrimination and allowing families and individuals to be free of the discrimination and have a roof over their head, as I would say it, and be proud of that roof. So on behalf of Osceola Realtors, this is an honor to accept, and thank you all for being here.
Oh. I'm so sorry. Tell me what. Right, the logo's good?
Thank y'all. All right, next up, we have presentation for Employee of the Month of April by Lucy Lugo.
Mayor, council, citizens, and staff, tonight I have the honor of recognizing our Employee of the Month, Nick Cholette. On the afternoon of January 26, while I was on my way home, I received a message from Nick informing me that he found $30 in the building department lobby. We agreed that we would meet the following morning so that he can turn in the money to me. The next morning, when I arrived to my office, I found messages from Nick indicating that he had taken the initiative and time to review all of the camera footage from the day before in an effort to determine who the money belonged to. Through his efforts, the resident was identified as a retired veteran who had visited the office earlier or the day before for permitting questions. He was contacted promptly, and the money was returned to him. The resident expressed sincere gratitude and was genuinely surprised and appreciative that the money had not only been found, but actively traced back to him. Nick demonstrated exceptional integrity and professionalism through the entire situation. Not only did he do the right thing by turning in the money, but he also went above and beyond by taking the extra steps necessary to locate the rightful owner. His proactive approach and commitment to doing what is right reflects positively both on his character and our organization.
And he's a brand-new daddy also.
And that's J.B. Miller, Employee of the Decade. Yeah. All right. All right, next up, we have the consent agenda. The next portion of tonight's meeting is a consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be not routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to speak on a consent item, they have the same opportunity.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 14.
All right, item 14.
I would also, Mayor, but I'd like Ms. Paul to discuss it first. Same item.
Same item?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
because we might
Okay.
be redundant. I'd like
All
her
right,
to.
let me look at something else here, if you don't mind. All right, Councilmember Paul.
So I pulled this item because I wanted to have a discussion on why the county is transferring these parks over to the city. And from what I understand is that in a First Amendment in the JPA, it was agreed upon back from 2015. So for these certain parks to be transferred over to the city, and, you know, with Hickory Tree being one of them, as well as other ones in the future, I just wanted to publicly say that because to avoid confusion later, thinking the city is just going after these parks when the county is actually transferring these parks over. And also, I know the county is also supposed to be providing $115,000 to the city for a new build at Hickory Tree due to the current condition of it now, which is below standards that currently. So, and that's all I wanted to say and publicly say on record, so.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Thank you, Councilman Paul. In agreement with Councilman Paul, what I would like to see, and this is where the St. Cloud Bulldogs and a lot of activities go on at this facility. So if we can get the upgrades, as Councilwoman Paul said, so we can get it clean and get it up to standards, because I don't know if anybody notices, but St. Cloud parks are the greatest parks ever, and we have to give Stephanie a great hand up for that. We have the world's best parks, and that's what is part of making us the safest city in the state of Florida. It really does, because we offer those services. But to maintain parks here in the city is not a positive, it's a negative, but we want to provide that for our citizens. We see this on council, and we serve the citizens, but those are activities that we want. But as Councilwoman Paul says, we want to make sure that when we move into that facility, that it's up to standards, so then we can maintain those standards for the citizens of St. Cloud. As we grow, we're going to need more parks and more recreational, and we're excited to have this, but if you all ever take a look, if you have kids that ever played in St. Cloud Football League or any of those leagues, we want to make this a multi-field for all soccer, football, and things like that. It'll take time, but who's going to run this city in the next 20, 30 years? That's our youths, and we need to continue to promote them in social activities and in physical activities and things such as that. So I yield back to you, Mayor, and I'm saying this is a good thing, but the commitment of the county to make sure that it's upgraded to the standards will help us continue those standards. I yield back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. I believe that is the commitment, right? To upgrade that, was it the playground, or was there something else?
They're providing the $115,000 for us to purchase a new playground.
Very cool. All right. And I will say, the county's done an amazing job operating that field many years. I can remember when I was a kid, the St. Cloud Youth Football Program, they played over at St. Cloud High School. And I remember, I guess it was 20 years ago that the county's been operating that complex. So they've done an amazing job. As our city's kind of grown around it, it only makes sense that it becomes a city park. And I know we're going to continue the top-notch services there for our citizens. So,
Thank you, Mayor.
all right. Anyone in the audience like to speak on any of the consent items? All right. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, next up, we have the Citizens Forum. Any person who desires to comment on any item not on this agenda is provided this opportunity to address the City Council. Each person is requested to complete a sign-in form to be provided to the presiding officer prior to or as soon as practical thereafter. The person addresses the council. First up, we have Stephanie Gilbert.
I'm a little nervous. You already know me. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Again, my name's Stephanie Gilbert, 2008 Pine Street. I am the president of Hopkins Heroes. I'm not here tonight for myself. I'm here because I made a promise to our community. Over the years, we have built more than a program. We've built a village, a place where families, children, and seniors feel seen, supported, and valued, a place where they matter. And tonight, I'm here to fight for that village. First, I'd like to sincerely thank the city manager and the deputy city manager for taking their time out today to meet with me. The conversation truly mattered. It helped clear up a lot of misunderstandings between the community leadership and things that may have not been communicated clearly or fully understood on both sides. But I want to be honest with you, this community is tired. They've filled surveys, they've showed up, they've shared ideas only to feel that those solutions disappeared. They haven't stopped caring, but many have stopped believing that showing up actually makes a difference. I have refused to stop believing. I believe the city, this council, the community can come together and do what's right. I believe we can find a solution that protects progress without sacrificing people. Right now, we are facing a real and immediate problem. We understand that there may be support available for possibly 4 children immediately in the Hopkins area who are still age available. That still leaves us 23 children with no options. 23 children whose families cannot afford the $125 to $150 per week per child. That's not a small gap, that's a crisis. Because for these families, this isn't about convenience, it's stability. It's about knowing their children are safe, fed, supervised, and off the streets while they work to provide for them. We can't trade the stability for progress of any park or any project. And we have come forward in good faith and willingness to partner with the city to find solutions. So tonight I'm asking for one thing, for the city of St. Cloud to consider waiving the fees for these 27 children, at least for the summer, so that no child is left behind while we continue to work towards a long-term solution. It's not a permanent ask, this is a bridge. If all else fails, we will continue to fight to fundraise and to find a way, because that's what we do. But we shouldn't have to do it alone. I appreciate your time, consideration, and willingness to listen, and truly hope that together we can come up with a solution that keeps these kids safe, these families working, and this community whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to keep you up here for a second. I know y'all had a lengthy conversation today about this, and
Yes.
and I know the last time we talked about this, we were going to try and find a solution to
Correct.
this, and I guess they've identified there's 4 in that immediate area.
Correct.
But you're saying there's 23 other,
Correct. There's
Children.
27 altogether.
27 altogether, and where do the rest of them? Where do they reside?
They're all on the, I don't have those
I don't have-
addresses. Those.
We have a map. Okay.
Okay.
Ken's got a map. Who sees a Statue of Liberty face on that? The head.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so in the purple, that's what we're identifying as the 5. Well, no, that says within the JPA, but outside. So where's the area that?
They would all be between Orange, Crawford, 13th, and 19th Street.
The 4 that, the city's solution for the ones that were in the walking distance, sorry, I didn't give you that map. I gave you all the kids. I can, so just to clarify, the map that you're looking at right now, all the blue spots and the purple circles are the children who attended Hopkins Park Camp last summer. It's the residences, and then I'll bring the map for the.
Yeah, and obviously, the reason for this, we've got the park under construction
Correct.
coming this summer, and, you know, it's kind of a unique situation. So have we found a way to, I guess there's got to be a mechanism to determine financials for low income? Is that how we're going to proceed with at least the 4 in that area? Or are we just saying those 4, we're going to find a way to transport them, or?
So, city staff was working to try to find what we could consider the boundary of what Hopkins Park would be. So that would be the area that you see in red. And first, we mapped all the children within a mile, and then we mapped everybody within a half mile, trying to anticipate who was actually walking to camp. So that's where we came up with this red lined area. And these were, again, attendees from last year, and we've already verified that several of those have aged out of camp or they moved. So of these, there's only 4 that would still, children who would still potentially want to go to camp. And we felt that we could easily handle the transportation for 4 children to bring them if they were previously walking. But we would need to ensure that the parents were signing them in and out. That was always required.
Okay, and these kids, they attended a free camp there last year?
Correct.
Okay, so, I mean, I believe, and I think we've mentioned this, that those in that immediate area, we'd find a way to continue that at the Civic Center. at no cost to them,
That-
correct? So we've already checked that box off.
Correct.
Okay.
City staff tried, we had a solution that we were working towards. We wanted to try to use our CDBG funds to allow it to be a potential scholarship or a sliding scale for all the kids within the city limits that may be in need. That was part of our conversation with the city council. Unfortunately, we recently learned that we could not use the CDBG funds for a scholarship. So we had to pivot, and that's where we settled on the smaller walking distance area.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm glad we're taking care of the kids in the Hopkins Park community. That is number one, because we are going to have that park under construction. We do offer I believe, a more in-depth camp over at the Civic Center. You got a swimming pool, you got more fields, and there's not going to be that at Hopkins Park, especially this year. Maybe next year, once things, I don't know if it'll be finished next year, but.
There won't be a pool.
No, not a pool, not a pool, right. But there will be an indoor facility.
Yes.
So not just a construction trailer, because that's what we're looking at. Do the kids, just because they're in the Hopkins area, should we force them to be in a construction trailer for summer camp? Because that's essentially what we're talking about here. We want them to be in a better facility with more camp counselors, with a pool, with everything else. And I understand, so I guess I need to wrap my head around what Hopkins Kids truly is, because I didn't hear about that until 8 months ago, I guess, when I got on council. I mean, I know the Hopkins area, and I know, but Hopkins Kids, I mean, those are children in our community. So how do we differentiate between other children in our community and children not in the Hopkins Park community? How do we discriminate?
I don't.
I'm going to say.
I don't.
Discriminate, well, because what I'm saying is, you're asking for free for kids in our community, but not others. So that's where I want to know. Somebody's got to offer that solution to me if you want us to do that.
Here's the reason I'm asking. While we know that there's going to be payment required once the building, be on a sliding scale or however it is. But this coming up right here, these are kids that have already been dependent on this program with everything in the way life is right now with the gas and food. Bringing this extra, there's going to be people without jobs. Hopkins kids to us are the kids that come to Hopkins, whether they're out in the manor or they're up in town or they're right there at Hopkins Park. Okay. Those are our Hopkins kids. Okay. We're a family there, so it's more of whoever comes there, and as we had discussed last time, I thought there was a vetted process. So that's the way we looked at it, and we take care of each other there. So if they need food,
I'm sorry, there was a vetted process.
My understanding, yes. I don't do that. That's the city of St.
No, I didn't.
Cloud.
I think, well, no, when you were up here last month, you said it was
Correct. That's
not.
what I just said. Stephanie said, no, it wasn't.
Right, there was not,
That was
right.
my first knowledge of that.
Yeah.
I was always, because when my children were there, I know I filled out the documents, but again, my children are now a little older. They now both work for the city. So I was unaware that there was not a vetting process.
Okay, and I'm the guy that calls balls and strike out in public here, so, where do we go in the future with this? So do we cap that number off? Because we can't just keep adding, because once people say, hey, if you are considered a Hopkins kid, then you just get free forever.
No.
Okay, that's where I'm trying to
No.
understand, where do we go?
This year, it's kind of like moving on. This year, before the rebuild, it gives them a year to understand, you're going to be on a sliding scale next year, or whenever the new program starts. You will have to pay, but this gives them time. Society right now is hard. And making groceries, and this is whether or not a mom can go to work or not. Okay. Now, if the city is willing to get those 23 other families to fill out, to show us they financially need it, and that's how we cover them, then that would be, I don't deal with private information. Not when I deal with the schools, not when I deal with the city. I take their vetted families, children, and I drop off the food. I drop off the clothes. I drop off the school supplies. I don't ask questions.
Okay.
I say, here you go. Let's take a picture so the community can see their money's being spent. and we keep moving. But this extra year.
But the camp is a city program.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's, I
100%
just want to
city.
differentiate.
No, Hopkins Heroes is a nonprofit that started as me volunteering and getting donations. It grew too big too fast, which in turn turned it into a nonprofit. Now we supplied like all the garden, we did snacks, we did, all these, and we try to partner. We want to be a team with the city, not pointing fingers, or, we want to work together. And, I feel that we can do that and work on that. As time goes on, I'm a little slow on it and we misunderstood on what they were looking for when I had the meeting. So I will come with more information and try to get that together. But as of right now, this is more immediate to where we got, a month and a half. These 27 kids are all taken care of. We can then move on to the next and figure out where we go from
Yeah,
there.
and I'm learning more and more. I think last time it was 62, and now I'm
It's-
glad we're
it's
narrowing it down.
42.
Well, no, last meeting it was 62.
We can only
The
take
origi-
42 kids in the program there. That's all the building will hold.
Okay, the numbers you told us last month were 62, and then we narrowed it down when I said, okay, can you tell us how many are in that immediate area?
Okay, but we'd have
And I'm
to,
glad we've got that. So what are the numbers? What are we looking like so we got 20, how many kids?
they gave it to me. It's 27. They came with me with the aged out. I don't have that information.
You're looking at about $35,000 because we don't know how many of those are in the county.
Have you visited the county on the county kids?
I don't have
Because don't
private
they have a program?
information. I don't have private to get with the parents. If it comes down to it and the city can't help with those, that would be in turn when Hopkins Heroes would try to get funding to cover those children to make sure they had the camp available. And I've spoken with the deputy and them about holding those spots for for a month so that we can make sure those kids, because some of them might not want to go. So we might not even need those spots.
Okay. Tell me about the holding the spots. What is your idea on holding spots?
Where,
days.
so it won't fill up immediately, where we have the time and availability to try to reach these parents, let them get signed up for the program, and, instead of, who knows, by Tuesday, 200 people might sign up. They're all gone, and these children, families have no idea to get on, sign up, to register, because they know they can't afford $125, $150 a week. They can't get on there and sign up because, I wouldn't. If I couldn't afford it, why would I get on and try to register and take a spot? So none of those parents would do that. So to give us time to come up with a compromise, an understanding of how we can reach out to the families, ask them if they're interested in doing the program for free, and if so, then yes. If not, mark them off, and we don't have to worry about it.
And that's my concern with the other kids in our city. How do we say they get it and others don't? And they could be low income as well.
Correct,
Who-
and I
who's
agree
going
with
to-
you. I'd love to help everybody we can, but these are families that have already been dependent on this for helping more children is what we want in the end.
I'm gonna need some help up here to
Okay.
sort through this. Deputy Mayor.
Ms. Gilbert, everything you do is wonderful. We're so gracious that you dedicate your time and efforts for these folks. I got a left and right side that I have to work on. And my left side is let's take care of the whole village. And I got the right side that I'm spending taxpayer money, so I've got to think of it in two ways. I love Hopkins Park, and the reason their displacement is because we're investing $12 to $15 million to make it the best park in St. Cloud. I'm not saying today or tomorrow, it's going to be the best future park that we've ever built. And that's cool, but with that, it's kind of like the road construction, you gotta go through some pain, and I think that's what we're doing right now. With children, I came from a poor family, my dad was a police officer, and there's one income, 5 kids, so, block cheese and powdered milk, had it my whole life. I'm okay, I'm 6'3", 250, so it worked out. But we have to look at boundaries and how to do it, but we have other parks that people pay money for their kids to go to in the city of St. Cloud. And we still offer below prices for summer camps. But I don't know how that I can say, well, Hopkins Park, whoever comes here from Orange County, Osceola County, JPA, or Hopkins, you guys get it free, but over at the Civic Center, we gotta charge you. Because as the mayor said, everyone from the Civic Center is gonna go to Hopkins Park. And I get that, and please know my heart is a giving. I've got that giving heart, so it's a thing. And we got Pastor Gus here too, and he's been a great community leader forever, and I love him to death. He's a great dude.
Amazing man.
Yeah, but, so we have to figure out as a council what works, okay? So we asked the city manager, and they did a great job of, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in the Hopkins Park area that are in this program. Am I wrong?
Some of them moved or aged out
Well,
of the
yeah, they
program.
moved out, but
Yes,
I'm.
but from last year,
I'm sorry,
yes.
I'm a statistics guy, liars don't figure, figures don't lie. So mathematically, this is what we had from 2025, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children within Hopkins Park area that utilize the services. We had 1 or 2 inside the JPA, and then we had other people, because word of mouth, if someone tells me I get a free steak, I'm going to their house. I might not even know them, I'm just gonna go hang out with them if I get a steak and a burger. So we gotta work at that too. So, as council, it's tough on the council, but we have to set some parameters. What I'd like to do is look in the future of offering a program for anybody in St. Cloud to offer assistance to that needed that assistance, not just Hopkins Park, which I love Hopkins
agree.
Park, but all those. But there's a system that goes through. When I was, in college, I was a camp counselor for one of the, in Detroit City. 80% of our kids that went to that camp didn't pay, and 20% did. But it was all based on their economic interest. So I think we need to do a better job as a city, as a county, as a state, of who qualifies for that and who doesn't. But at word of mouth is, you know, I know Facebook, and I don't even have Facebook, but you know, what's it called, X or Instagram, Insta, kids call it. That's how things are done. Hey, there's a free meal over here, let's go get one. But I truly believe that we should take care of our village, and I believe in you, and I honestly respect you for what you've done and what you continue to do. As a council, we have to spend the tax money properly for all those kids. So I want to offer something citywide. I don't have those answers yet because they came to me, but I don't think we should be offering 27 spots to kids we aren't even qualified for that. And as a city, we can qualify them. As a nonprofit, and we talked about that, you weren't a nonprofit when we first met.
Correct.
You went through those processes. It's a great process. I have a nonprofit called Place for Grace Ministries over in Florida Avenue.
I serve food there.
So we have to work in the future, but right now for this, I would like to look at our, and we don't want to lean on them too much, but we got a lot of commercial here that would be love to sponsor those children. And when I go raise money for a Place of Grace, I go to different entities, and I don't want to name them because when I don't know, when the first time I donate money, everyone's calling me. So there's tire stores, and there's restaurants, and there's hospitals, and there's things like that we can go to. So I'd rather form a committee with Hopkins Park and then be able to put banners on the fence. Now, the cool thing is that we have $12 to $15 million going into that place. And I don't see why you said that they're gonna have to pay when it's built. I don't see why we can't grandfather the Hopkins kids in. I don't see why we can't do those kind of
Those
things
would
to
be
grow.
amazing things.
Well, we can, and I think this council hears me on that. But we have a council have to be responsible for the taxpayer dollars. If you like soccer, and we sponsor a soccer team, and none of the other kids play soccer, then are we really spending taxpayer dollars in an appropriate way? So Mayor, I don't have the solutions, but I would look at corporate sponsorship for the other people that are outside this Hopkins Park area. And then I'll be more than happy to knock on doors with you as a private citizen if I can, city manager, and then see if we can do it that way till we grow this.
And if we
this
can
area.
get some way of finding, if they find it, right now, and I don't know, we're still small, but to find who really belongs, because like I said, I was unaware of the not vetting process.
Right.
But in the ones, as long as those ones that were already there, already dependent, and really truly financially need it, those are the ones
You said something very interesting. It takes a village to raise a family. 100% agree.
Village.
How big is the village? You know, does our
village-
village go out to Orange County when they have programs? Does our village go out to Osceola County when they have programs? Does our village go out? Where does our village end? And where do we work together? I'm asking, I don't have those
Right, no,
answers.
no.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilbert, I just don't have those
My
answers.
answer to that, my village, as far as what we do at Hopkins Heroes, is to take care of St. Cloud community, citizens, whether they're in the city of St. Cloud.
Right.
When we do the back-to-school event, we require an ID to show that that family, the children are there, and they are receiving it and here as a St. Cloud resident, not coming Winter Park or all these other places. So community or the village is St. Cloud. And anyone inside of St. Cloud that can't, I would love to work with the city and find a way and funding programs. It's just the timing on this now, and maybe with, the help of you and others, we can find that funding. But for us to come right now and come up with, what is it, 30, I get my glasses, just for that, you're talking what? $34,500?
Yeah,
Let me chime in real quick, I'm
please do,
sorry.
Mayor.
When did we figure this out? I mean, you say the timing on this.
When
When did we
figured-
know that Hopkins Park was gonna be under
There was a
construction?
misunderstanding because we have community, and I have people from there for the last 4 years. We've done community meetings. When the trailer was told, it was told to us, we were under the impression until January, whenever I came, right before that that trailer was for the summer program and after school.
This
We had no
January?
idea. That's what the communication was at the community meetings.
Okay.
We all
Do you know
believe that.
who communicated that? I don't.
I would have to go back in notes because we had so many people there between that and Aaron, and we had different people coming, but it was multiple times. And multiple people were there.
So
Mr.
3 months-
Augusta.
3 months
Augusta
ago.
Odom as well. No, more than that.
Oh, they said January.
Is when we got the knowledge that it wasn't gonna be there anymore.
Okay.
We had no idea that the summer program, and I'm gonna be honest how I learned. I went to Hopkins and they were packing stuff up. And I'm like, what do you, and they're like, we're not doing, and I'm like, oh. I had no clue. None of us did. Mr. Augusta, he can come up and tell you. This is what was discussed. It was never changed. It wasn't continuously discussed. It was understood. So we tell them, we don't have to worry about it yet when the new, and we thought payment when it comes, but nobody knew until then. When I came in front of you, that's when I learned all this outside, which is when I went back to the few families I knew and was like, like, we got a letter at the January. We didn't know what, our kids can't go to camp, and I'm like,
Can I chime in one more, then
Yeah,
Mayor,
and
I'll yield back to you?
Councilmember Paul after.
I'll yield back to you. I own 3 autistic schools in Daytona and Winter Park and Longwood. And the qualifications are 56% of them are Medicare, and the other ones are paid by private insurance. But they're all qualified and quantified before they're brought in, and there's a waiting list for that. Personally, I'd want them all to come in. I really do. My heart says that, but we have to go through the process. So I ask council whatever we do today, if we figure out a process in the future to help the citizens of St. Cloud and then beyond. But if there's not a process, then we're allowing everybody, which is fine, but we have to have a process. So I yield back to you, Mayor. That's the only thing I can tell you on the private sector and my feelings.
Yeah, in any process, I believe that it can't just be for one group, because we can have groups all over.
Agreed.
It's got to be all of the children in our community.
Agreed.
And if you do that, we're looking at $200,000.
Easy.
So that's where we have to be very careful with this. Councilmember Paul.
So I do want to say, as a parent of 2 girls, single mom at that, I do emphasize with these parents of having somewhere for their kids to go. I think the city also, we need to look at vetting the whole program entirely. Back in the 90s, they had the STARS program at Hopkins that helped fund, pay for summer camp, after school, even staff. So if we start looking at, I'm not sure what happened to that program.
What was the STARS program? Council?
STARS
Sorry.
program. Actually, it is Success Through Academics and Recreation Support. So they help pay for after-school and other things at Hopkins Park as well. Just look at bringing back a program that will help the entire summer camp program within the city as well. There's many grant opportunities out there. I think if you want to work with the city, the city work with you, look at grant opportunities out there, and you as a nonprofit can, go for it and then help bring in the funding, because I continue hearing about, taxpayers' dollars as well, but there's other resources that, we can look at grant funding, because if we can't come to a decision, we have people that are watching these meetings that are coming out of their pocket and paying for it themselves because it's all about the youth. And, it's not fair to people to have to personally pay for it, but they're doing it because they see these meetings. And if we can't come to a solution that's going to help these children, let's make it for this year, do what we have to do to help these children. Next year, look at ways to bring in grant opportunities, vet these programs better. And that's all I have to say on that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, thank you. Great conversation. Just first, Mrs. Gilbert, I appreciate everything that you do for Hopkins Heroes and the Hopkins community there. I agree with, we need some kind of vetting program because we've got to have, figure out something on an income-based scale. But if it's possible, is it okay to ask staff to maybe delay the registration deadline for the people who attended Hopkins last year while we can work on some kind of funding source, whether it's private fundraising or working with local businesses, something like that, so that they're not in a pinch here to get registered and have to, so that we can have some more time to work it out.
That's what you were requesting, the 30 days?
Yes, any kind of help in getting these kids fed and taken care of, I am all for it.
I did read your email. You had mentioned the Masonic Lodge. Are they offering up their facility?
Yes, they have. They told
They
me
have.
that they would have to discuss with the city, no cost, it would just have to be covered by insurance.
Okay. I haven't seen those numbers, other than I just saw that as one of
Actually,
the...
I had a meeting with Stephanie and them. I've had several meetings since January with Stephanie and them.
Because that's what we're talking about. Outside, other organizations stepping up
I
and
did, I
helping
brought
you
it
with
to them
this.
and they said those were not options, so that's why I was looking for other options.
Oh, Masons, they're not going to do it?
No, the Masonic Lodge would offer their space.
Well, that's what I'm referring to.
But
You put that as an
when
option.
Stephanie said it wasn't, they told me it wasn't an option, that the
We
city
didn't
would not
budget
do
for
that.
we didn't budget for a separate camp.
Right.
Oh,
So-
correct. Right, but the Masons,
They're
okay.
willing to allow us to use the building, that's why insurance, if it came down to it, we could
But
find
Hopkins can
nothing
operate
else.
that, right? Hopkins, your nonprofit could operate your own camp at
Well,
the Masonic Lodge. Is that what you were talking
I don't
about?
have the manpower
Okay.
for watching, or the licensing, the CPR, we don't have that. It was just finding places because these, like I said, we thought the trailers were there for the summer. So when I did, I just went to find places. I didn't, trying to find different avenues to try to help these families and kids still have a place, still have food.
Okay. I mean, I think right out of the gate, I think the 4 there, that's a no-brainer. I think we can find a way. I think we said that last meeting, that we would find a way to make that work, those 4 that are in that community. The others, I've got to wrap my head around that, because that's a large amount of money. If you remember the nonprofit grants last year, I think that was only at $100,000. But essentially, this is $35,000. Because somebody pays for obviously the taxpayers have to pay for the staff to operate these camps. What are your thoughts?
Mine?
Yeah.
My thoughts are, let's look at Masonic, let's take care of the.
But we can't put our staff in the.
I didn't say us.
Is that- okay.
I didn't say us. Normally, a lot of camps are ran on a voluntary basis, and that's how it happens. Internship, things like that. So we're close, but we can organize this kind of stuff. But I agree with the Councilwoman Pauls that what are we going to do today? In the future, we need to fix it. And I agree with Councilwoman Paul, we need to fix it, but what are we going to do today? Because those kids need to be fed today, those kids need to be taken care of, and those parents need to work. One thing I know is that anytime you need food, you got to sign waivers. You can't do lunches or anything like that. If the city gets involved in any aspect of it, which we have through staffing, we have to make sure that those kids can get a brown bag lunch, that they're waived out, and I don't mean to say it that way, that they're acceptable. I want to look at gosh, I wish I could do it privately, but look at private funding for this and public funding for it. So, Mayor, the Masonic is a great place. I think it fits. I went over there and saw Ms. Gilbert for another venue, the Easter egg hunt. We met over for that. I think if we put our heads together, work diligently, we can resolve that. Maybe not today here in the dais, but I think that this needs to be taken care of, because I agree with you in the village, but our village has got to be within our city limits at this present time. And I don't mean to leave anybody out, but we have to figure that out too. So I wish I had a solution, but our solution is private funding, our solution is Masonic, and our solution is voluntary people to man, where we were staffing, Parks and Rec were staffing that venue. But those Parks and Rec people are staffing the venue at Civic Center, and they're staffing the venue at that. So that's a tough call. How do you say, no, nothing for you, but for you, and it's still the same pocket? So I don't know. I just want to take care of everybody. I'm sorry.
And this isn't something that we have to vote on tonight.
Good.
Obviously, we have a workshop next week that we can bring this right back up after doing some homework in a week, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so right out of the gate, I would like to, just like we said last time, the 4 that are in that area, I'm glad we honed it down to exactly who's still there, who's active. They've already committed to attending the camp this year? The
I
4?
don't have access to them. I was just.
No, we haven't reached out.
Zero.
We haven't reached out.
Zero commits.
I would support fully funding those kids bare minimum and the transportation to the Civic Center, all 4 of them, within whatever the boundaries y'all had looked at and agreed upon. And of course, the 30-day holding the spots till we can figure a solution.
Okay,
Councilmember Paul.
and we're happy to be help or work with you guys to make it happen.
Yeah, but we need to look at a citywide, because if we're saying that for low-income families, that the price of our camp, the cost of the camp is way too high, we need to look at that and find mechanisms to address that issue, because it's got to be a citywide problem. If it's just the kids that attend that camp, if they're low-income kids having a problem,
Right.
it's for all kids.
I agree. I just got to do what's right in front of me that I know that have dependent, but I'm all for it. I agree. We need to offer it across the city. I asked if it was going to be kind of publicized or advertised, and of course, because there's no funds, it's kind of hard to do that. So I was thrown on hold with that. But, my priority, just like now, like I said, is just to make sure the ones that are dependent on it already are taken care of, and if we can add more, I would love to be able to help do that as well.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is we can't just give to them and not the rest of the city, the kids in our city that their parents experience the same financial difficulty. We can't just say them and not the rest of them. So that's where it's a bigger problem. And that's why we need a little more time. But yes, the guaranteed 30 days, fund those 4, get them the transportation to the Civic Center. Councilmember Paul, you had some more to add to it.
Yeah, so if a parent can't afford the fee that we set at, I do agree, maybe we do need to look at the fee cost of what we set it at. I understand that, we need to have something there, but you have to look at someone, if they're going to be choosing between their kids going somewhere and this, and that's hard on the parent to have to decide. And so, with me, I'm a person at Community of Heart, and I've been in these situations before, so it's really tough right now because I really wholeheartedly feel these parents and understand what they're having to go through. So I think we need to have a serious conversation next week regarding this fee amount or whatever we decide to do. So
Okay. You good for now? All right.
Mayor, may I ask you if we can put that on the workshop? Is it, because Councilwoman Paul
We're
was
good. Yeah,
talking
we're
about
already
it?
doing it. Yep,
Are we,
throw it on.
are,
Yep,
is that,
we're good.
is that good? Councilman, we're good? You good?
Yeah, I just threw it on. It's
Thank
good.
you.
I can do it on my own.
Thank you for doing that.
All right.
Now, when
Yes.
you guys doing this, can I be, updated, involved so that we know?
Well, it'll be a workshop next week.
Okay,
You
well,
can come right
I-
back.
that's what I'm saying.
I'll
I'm
let you come up
invited.
and talk again, but
I don't
want you
need to do all that. I don't like to. do
But in the
it that way.
meantime, you're a nonprofit that focuses just on those kids. Focus on fundraising. If you just want to focus just on those kids, I would focus your fundraising efforts on that thing. I think you're biting off too much to chew, because the Easter egg thing, because I can tell you, There's some that probably wrote a check for their Easter egg that would sit there and no problem pay for 2 of these kids. But some
Right.
people may have donated over there. You know, it's almost
agree,
like.
they do.
I can come up with a million ideas. I run 3 nonprofits. I can come up with a million ideas, and I could come to the city and ask for thousands and thousands of $1 million. But we have to be realistic and say, okay, here's where we're going to focus on. And if your focus is Hopkins kids, I would keep it to that.
That is
And
currently
do your
what it is,
fundraising maybe
yes.
next year. I know you did the Easter egg thing, and there's other Easter things, and that's an amazing event. I think it was great.
Eventually, I don't want it to
Yeah.
be what you consider, we want it to be the city, inside the city. Anybody who comes to Hopkins is Hopkins kids, that's what
Yeah.
I keep reiterating, just like right now, I'm only worried about these because they were already dependent on it. They already have had multiple years, multiple camp programs. This is something that they've already, it's their other home. So that's the only reason we are worried about these ones right now. Now, come later, I mean, I'm building, I've gotten bigger and bigger, we've grown huge over the last year and a half. But I would love to eventually, but unfortunately, the separation in Hopkins kids and this, that's been a city thing for the last 30 years. It's been separated that way, and so that's the only reason it is that way now. We don't care where you live. You're still Hopkins kids if you can't afford it and you come here. We take care of each other. So eventually, yes, I would love to be able to fund more across the city wide.
Yeah,
Only
it-
reason these are now is because it's immediate and this is something they've depended on.
And I fundraise, in my personal life, I fundraise in the private sector to focus on veterans, right? You fundraise to focus on those kids, correct?
Mostly.
All right.
I do
That's-
veterans and elderly and schools and,
Well, Hopkins Heroes is the Hopkins kids, correct?
no, I have.
We got veterans attending this camp too for free?
I do, actually, no, they don't do the camp. Hopkins
Yeah.
Park is our priority. It was the beginning
Okay.
of what was started with me as a volunteer. I now have, partnerships with 7 schools across St. Cloud. We do teacher baskets and emergency hygiene, emergency food. So we are doing more things than that. It's
Yeah.
just that
That's what I
Hopkins
think
was
you're
the
spread thin.
priority.
I think you're spread too thin on all those things where to come to the city and ask for $35,000, that's where I think if you had all your efforts towards that, I think you'd have hit that goal. Because I
We
can tell
just
you.
didn't know it
Hold
was
on, Steph.
needed.
Hold on a second. I had never heard that we were using a construction trailer for a camp. You're saying you just found out that it was not going to be that in January. I had never even heard that it was going to. I knew it was under construction and that the Civic Center was going to be the camp for everybody. That I had never heard that there was going to be a camp there. I never had the conversation with our director or our city manager about that. So if you're saying that's the case, I don't doubt what you're saying, but it just seems like it's a last minute request for $35,000 thing, and that's where.
Found out.
What's that?
We just found out, got an understanding of that.
Okay.
Or else
No, and I
I
don't
would have
doubt
been
that.
came or tried to figure it out. We just didn't know.
Okay, all right. I think we're good for tonight, right? I think
Okay.
we all came to an agreement on that, and next week we'll readdress it all and come up with
Okay.
other solutions. And I agree, whatever it takes to get these kids through the summer to camp. It's a hard position up here because we can't just say this area, not the entire. We've got 71,000 people in our city, and how do we say only the kids and their families that have been going there, do they get a break at that camp at the Civic Center, but the rest of them don't? I don't know how legally we do that, Dan. So that's where,
There's a lot of moving parts, so maybe we
Right.
really have to take a good look at this before we make any rash
yeah,
decisions.
I have to look at the big picture, everybody. I can't just focus on, just that 26 number. The 4, that's the easy one. Those are right there in that community, the walkers, as Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Gilbert explained. But yeah, I think we're checking off some boxes on this, so thank you for coming
Alrighty,
up here. and
thank you,
speaking.
guys.
Just, Ms. Mayor, Ms.
Yeah,
Gilbert?
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
We are putting the gem of all facilities in Hopkins Park. It's approved, it's getting built. So, no, it's super amazing, and your volunteerism helped get that. It wasn't just council, it wasn't just city, it's whatever you've been up on this podium talking about for the last few years and everybody in Hopkins. So thank you. And that will be a gem of a recreational center. I don't know if you've seen the drawings. It is. So yeah, you'll get more people from Hopkins there. It's gonna be a drove.
Yeah, and I think, and y'all, your organization, y'all do the garden out there, correct? You continue to do the garden, and I went out there for the MLK.
Right.
Day. We pressure wash, me and actually the police chief, we pressure washed the playground equipment, and the former mayor. He wouldn't let us, the former mayor wouldn't let us do the work. He's like, I got this.
I thought you two would be squirting each other, you and Doug.
Oh. Thank you, Stephanie, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, next up, we have Sarah Marqueth.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Marqueth. I'm a 17-year-old who has been born and raised in St. Cloud, Florida, at location 4670 Cypress Landing Lane. I've also had the opportunity in the past year to work as a City of St. Cloud Parks and Recs employee. Through that experience, I have firsthand seen that the affordable summer camp that is in our community. I've witnessed more than one thing made very clear, but especially that this program is not optional and that it is essential. Right now, local families are facing the loss of critical response resources, including the back-to-school bash, the after-school programs, and most importantly, the summer camp program. These are not just events or activities. These are supporting systems that families depend on. Removing them does not just create an inconvenience, it creates a gap in safety, structure, and opportunity. During the summer program, I watched kids grow in real and measurable ways. Students who began the summer quiet, withdrawn, or struggling socially became confident, more engaged, and I ended up breaking out of a shell that I had not seen in my own schools. The structure is critical because without it, many of these students would not just be behind socially, but academically as well. Research supports what I observed. On average, students lose about 2 to 3 months of learning over the summer, with low-income students experiencing greater setbacks, sometimes falling behind as much as 30th percentile in points within reading. Without access to structured programs, the gap only continues to widen, making it harder for those students to catch up on these programs. I also saw how deeply families relied on additional resources offered there. Through the lunch program, children who were not even enrolled at camp would come specifically to receive meals. That alone speaks volumes about the level of need in our community. Nationally, only about 1 in 7 low-income children who depend on school meals during the year are reached by summer meal programs. That leaves millions of children without reliable access to food. When affordable programs or facilities are removed, the impact is immediate and far-reaching. Students lose a safe place to grow, families lose critical support systems, and children lose access to not only learning opportunities, but also basic needs like consistent meals and supervision. Based on what I have personally seen as an employee of St. Cloud, I am deeply concerned about what will happen when this affordable option is no longer available for our families. This is why I'm urging the council to consider providing funding through grants or scholarships for low-income students to attend the summer program. I propose that in the initial Civic Center application, we include an optional question to provide income information, and from that information, I would recommend that we take the lowest income individuals, possibly around 5%, to be provided with free access to the camp. Then I would offer the lowest middle income individuals, about another 10%, to have a discounted rate or an opportunity to not pay the $12,000 to $1,500 upfront cost of summer camp. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, and although we discussed it heavily with Stephanie, your input obviously weighs heavily on our decision in the future on this, so thank you for coming tonight.
And additionally, I've seen most of you at events such as Splashdown with the PD, and we see how much these kids need it. And I've worked at both Civic Center and Hopkins Park, and I have seen explicitly some of the stuff that these kids do need, but it's not even a question of city kids or Hopkins kids. Like I said, within the application, we can make it to where it is all kids. That way it is not an issue of, well, we can't just serve one community.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You're so right. Thank you. All right, next we have Teresa Mailhot. She said she only wants 30 seconds.
to get to the podium.
I'm a little bit faster on doing that now.
You're moving well, Teresa.
Thank you. Teresa Milhot, 2924 Coolbree Circle, St. Cloud, Florida. I'm here to speak about the Hopkins Park Camp. I have been going to the community meetings out there for years now. And it seems to me promises were made about the camp this year, but the city now is having promises unkept. Various city staff have came to those meetings through the years, and it was always said that there was going to be a construction trailer out there, and the camp would go on this year as usual, because the playground cannot be touched during construction, and a safety barrier could be put up. Schools do it all the time. Mater Academy right now, I know St. Cloud High School did that when they were under construction building new buildings. And truthfully, a construction trailer is probably not much smaller than the amount of room that little building has out there right now. So I always thought that this was the option. Not an option, that's what was going to happen. Promises were made through the years. And I know she's not here tonight, but there was somebody taking notes at all those meetings and probably could tell you who the different staff members were through this time. Okay, so far for that. Also, I want to say that the summer break program, the federal program that feeds school-aged children during the summer, Hopkins Park was a member of that. Not the Civic Center, a couple of the schools here in St. Cloud was. I know the high school was, and I know Lakeview Elementary was. Could be another. Hopkins Park was, where any school-age child could go there during the day and receive a lunch and I believe a snack too. They had to eat it there, except during COVID when you could just drive through and pick up your bag lunches. So losing that is going to impact other children in our community. I think Councilman Paul understands. I see that she understands as a single mom and the struggle at times that you have to pay. And right now, inflation, gas, all cost a lot. So some of these people will not be able to go to camp. So I just want to say, I was here at the meeting when the Little League came. I did not hear one council member say, oh, we can't give these free, we can't give these a reduced rate. I didn't hear anybody say that. I didn't hear anybody say taxpayer dollars well spent. I didn't hear that either.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I missed the first part of what you just said.
Am I over already?
Yeah, but you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but what did you just say? You didn't hear when?
I did not hear anyone sitting up there say, we can't do that.
When? No, I'm saying when. I don't know at what point you didn't hear it. What were you saying?
The Little League meeting.
The Little League, when the Little League came.
Okay, I think we're talking about apples and oranges on this one.
Okay, well, maybe so, but it's a group and that had county people, county kids. Everybody got a break, whether you were city or county. As a St. Cloud resident and taxpayer, I'm perfectly happy paying taxes for any children's program because I think that's one of the most vital things a community can do.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there because I'm going to correct you. That is apples and oranges because we didn't give a break. All we did was we agreed to the one-year deal. We didn't give a break. Everybody across the board. What we're talking about here is a specific group of people all over the place that an undetermined, I mean, I don't know what qualifies them, and saying they get free and others don't. But we don't have to go into all that because we're going to, spend the next week.
2 minutes now.
Yeah. You say you need 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes. In
Okay.
August 2014, a nine-year-old St. Cloud resident boy who was left alone while his parents worked during the day, and he was not supposed to leave the house, he decided to get on his bicycle and ride down to the lakefront. It was August, around the 9th, I believe, 2014. I'm not going to mention his name, but there's plenty of news articles you all can go check it out. He was left home alone during the summer, and he was supposed to stay in the house. Instead, he got on his bicycle, he rode down to the lakefront, and he decided to get in the water behind Krabby's Bill in the no swimming area and got bit by an alligator. The news media were all over it. You couldn't even go down to the lakefront for days afterwards without a different news station down there. I just don't want to see something like that happen again. And that happened here, in our town, at our lakefront. So I think a children's camp is the most important thing we can do right now, and time is running short. So what I would like to suggest is promises made through the years should be promises kept. Get the trailer, put up the safety fence, have it go as usual at Hopkins Park this year, and then y'all still hold your thing, your meetings, your whatever y'all do, and work something out for the probably next year, because the building will be being built by then.
Okay.
And ever what's happened, and that's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
Appreciate
all
that.
for your time and consideration.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. But yeah, I did want to clear that up. Little League, all we did, instead of doing a 3-year deal, everybody agreed, let's just lock down year number 1. Nothing changed. Nobody really got a break. I think, and everybody was agreeable to that. One thing I did want to bring up, and I was trying to think of it, so my friends operate the Military Heritage Museum out of Punta Gorda, and every year they have a summer camp. And Stephanie, this is something that your nonprofit may want to look at, going through AmeriCorps. Yeah, AmeriCorps, they offer money for summer camps, other programming as well, so. But they fund all of their summer camps through that, and they generate a lot of money as well. But AmeriCorps will pay for the staff, they'll pay for the operational expenses, food. So that is something that, as a nonprofit, you can go after that. I don't believe as a city, that's for us to go through. But we'll address this again next week. All right, anyone else like to speak during the Citizens Forum? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move on to public hearings. Will the clerk please read public hearing number 1?
Public hearing for resolution number 2026-023R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, granting a conditional use for a private school in the single-family dwelling R1B zoning district on the plus-minus 2.45 acres of the land known as Graceful Christian Academy, project CNU 25-00008, located at 1215 Old Hickory Tree Road, as described in the body of this resolution.
Mr. Mayor, before we run into these, I just wanted to generally make an announcement to anybody that has an application up for public hearings. As you can tell, there's only 4 city council members up here. So in the event that your item receives a 2-2 vote, that works as a denial or a non-approval. So if you are concerned about that, you will be given the opportunity to ask that your item be continued to a hearing when we'd have a full council. And if that's what you wish to do, you can just do that when you come up for your item.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. My name is Jeffrey Baum, the new Community Development Director. Happy to be here this evening and to present the first case for you. Our first case is a conditional use. There we go. Let me get my glasses. So this is just a little bit north of 192, just behind the existing Wawa. Again, this is a conditional use for a school and a church. It was previously approved for that use because of it, the name change, it required to go through the process again. So really, that's what's being changed tonight. It's just a name change to allow for the new folks to operate the school. So this is resolution number 2026-023. Our staff is recommending approval with the conditions. So the future land use is institutional with zoning of R1B, which is residential. The proposed and existing use is a private school. The hours operation is 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The student capacity is max 20 students per building. There's 2 classrooms on the site. And so again, this was previously approved under a different application number in September of last year. Because of the ownership change, a new conditional use is required. So this is the existing site plan. You can see in the highlighted areas of the 2 modular classrooms down in the southeast corner of the property. Nothing else has changed on the site plan. So this is the future land use, which identifies this as an institutional. Zoning is R1B, which is a residential zoning district. CUPs require a different level of scrutiny with that as a conditional use, where staff will review and identify any offsite impacts, and that will be captured in the special conditions. So again, staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2026-23R with the following conditions. First condition is approval of the requested conditional use does not constitute approval of the provided concept plan. Changes to the site will require approval of a site development plan and any additional approvals required by the Land Development Code. No reduction in parking shall be permitted. Approval for the private school, Graceful Christian Academy, subject to the Land Development Code, Section 1.3.3.3E, and is valid only while the initial certificate of use remains active. If the certificate of use expires or the school changes ownership, the new operator must apply for a new conditional use permit to continue operating. And the last condition, for as long as the use permitted hereunder continues in the event the stacking or standing of vehicles encroaches into the public right-of-way or otherwise interferes with the flow of vehicle traffic as determined by the city, the resolution may be brought back before City Council for review and consideration of additional conditions to address traffic issues or possible revocation of the rights granted hereunder in perpetuity. Again, Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jeffrey. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Jeffrey, I'd like to welcome you and thank you. I've heard a lot about you, and I'm excited to work with you. Thank you, and we welcome you to City of St. Cloud. And with all your experience, we're humbled by you being employed here, so thank you very much.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
Thank you, sir. I have one question to the pastor of Altar Church that actually runs the facility, if I may, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Pastor
sir.
Luke.
Pastor Luke, I've known you through various areas and was there Friday during your feeding through the mustard seed, and we had a stacking issue back in October 2025, and we had no more stacking issue the week after. So you did it, and you made a plan, and you executed that plan. We had other applicants for schools there that you were unaware of, and then you said, no, you're not going to allow them there. It's your property. We're going to hold the school responsible, but we're going to hold the pastor responsible too that runs the facility. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you're doing a good job, and we like what you're doing, but we want to come to you with that. But I just think you've done a great job of resurrecting that facility, and schools are good. All types of schools are good. And as a person on this council, I think you're a man of your word. So if you understand that, we expect those standards to be kept in any school and also one on your property. So
Absolutely.
I yield back to you, Mayor, but the Mustard Seed, they have, what, 200 to 400 families?
200 3 times a week, so yeah, 600 families served. It's actually a second harvest that we work with.
That they work with, and it's remarkable. I went there, sat through it, because we were working on Stackville. I went and sat through it on Friday, and they make them drive in, park, walk, go, but these are 200 families are feeding 3 times a week. So if they have that responsibility, I think they can be responsible for the school. I'm just saying that to council, in my opinion, it's at the pleasure of the council to approve or disapprove. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Pastor, can you state your name into the record?
Yeah,
please?
Luke Anthony,
Yeah.
1215 Old Hickory Tree Road, St. Cloud, Florida.
Thank you.
And you are the applicant. I know you're the pastor. You're the applicant.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything you'd like to address council with on this?
No, just the name change. We'd already gone through everything and, got everything approved. But thank you guys for what you do. You're making hard decisions up here. I don't envy you, but I appreciate you.
Thank you, Pastor Luke. Appreciate you. All right. And anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Yes, sir.
Jim Moore, 3855 San Isidro Circle, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. I think I owe it to Pastor Luke and the church to get up here and speak. Last time, it was a different school, different situation going on with my family. But I also spoke as the manager of the Wawa right across the street. And I can attest to the changes that were made and I see it every day. There is no more backstocking. They do a great job. So I just appreciate Pastor Luke, appreciate him taking the time to, look for the right people and to address the situation and take care of it. So he's doing a great job. I have nothing but great things to say about him in the church.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I've actually bumped into Pastor Luke at the Wawa, so.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? All right. With that, can I get a motion from council?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0, excuse me.
Will the clerk please read item number 4? I'm sorry, number 2. Sorry. 2.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-16, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 44.33 acres identified as Chisum Estates, projects A and X 25-00025, generally located north of Old Oak Trail, east of East Lake Tohopalaga, south of Lillian Black Road, west of South Nakusi Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
This is Jeffrey Ball, the Community Development Director, City of St. Cloud. This is just a annexation of the Chisum Estates subdivision, and there's some surrounding properties as well. So this is ordinance 2026-16. So a little bit of background with annexations in accordance with section 171.044 Florida statutes. It has to be contiguous and reasonably compact. Adjacent to city limits is located within the joint planning area boundary and is contiguous to the city limits. The existing future land use varies and the existing zoning varies. Again, this is just the annexation of the property, which is the legislative process of bringing the property into the incorporated area of St. Cloud. So this is approximately 44.33 acres. There was a community meeting held March 9th, 2026 at the Nakusi Elementary School. Annexation does not affect existing ad valorem tax exemptions. City services will be effective immediately except for solid waste, which begins October 1st. Residents already paid the county for solid waste services through September 30th, 2026 on their property tax bill. Beginning October 1st, solid waste will be billed on the monthly Toho water bill. The HOA takes over the stormwater pond maintenance and the streetlights. City agreed to handle any nuisance alligator issues that might come up. So the MSTU/MSBU will no longer be on the residents' ad valorem tax bills as of October 1st, 2026. Effective October 1st, 2026, residents will be billed on a monthly stormwater utility fee on their monthly Toho water bill. This fee is for the stormwater fee fund city services for managing the stormwater once it leaves the private property, for clearing of ditches, inlets, and canals, and et cetera. So staff recommends approval of ordinance 2026-16. Planning Commission approval was on March 17, 2026. The requested action is approval of ordinance 2026-16. Staff is available for any questions that you might have.
All right. Thank you, Jeffrey. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right. And any council comments? Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher. Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right. Will the clerk please read item number 3?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-10, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 9.79 acres identified as Nakusi Starline, Project ANX 26-00001, generally located north of J Street, east of Twisted Branch Lane, south of William Black Road, and west of South Nakusi Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
Will the clerk please read item number 4 and item number 5 as well?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-11, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of approximately plus minus 9.79 acres, identified as Nakusi Starline Project, CPA 26-00001, generally located north of J Street, east of Twisted Branch Lane, south of Lillian Black Road, west of South Nakusi Road, and from a LDR, low-density residential, to a county COM commercial city, providing amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effect, severability copies on file, and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 9.79 acres identified as Nakusi Starline Project, ZMA 26-00001, from AC Agricultural and Conservation to R2 Rural Development County, to HB Highway Business City, generally located north of J Street, east of Twisted Branch Lane, south of William Black Road, west of South Nakusi Road, providing for the entry of the designation of the zoning map, of the official zoning map of the filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
All right, thank you. Sir.
Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. Before you are 3 companion applications, ordinance 2026-10, 2026-11, and 2026-12. There is an annexation ordinance, a comprehensive plan amendment ordinance, and a zoning ordinance. So this is property just north of the previous application. So under section 171.044 Florida statutes, this property is contiguous and reasonably compact. It's adjacent to city limits located within the joint planning area boundary, and it's contiguous to the city limits. Acreage is approximately 9.79 acres. The current future land use is low-density residential, which is in a county. The pending future land use, as if it was brought into the city, would be commercial. The existing zoning is AC, which is an agricultural and conservation zoning district, and R2, which is a rural development. The proposed zoning, highway business, HB. The development is compatible with the surrounding area, and when staff reviewed, there is no adverse impacts to the city facilities. So the eastern portion of the site is physically separated along Nakusi Road. This was discussed in length at the Planning Commission meeting, where there was an existing railroad right-of-way that was vacated. This issue will be addressed at the site development plans later in the process. So the railroad track was abandoned in 1942, and the tracks were removed. The rail corridor is now commemorated by a plaque in downtown St. Cloud. The site is being considered as a unified parcel for the application. So this is the existing future land use. So it is low-density residential highlighted in the yellow area. So the existing zoning, you can see the 2 different zoning districts. You have AC to the north, and then the R2 to the south. So staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-10, 2026-11, 2026-12. Planning Commission recommendation was approval on March 17th. Approval of ordinance 2026-10, 2026-11, and 2026-12. City Council requested action as approval of all 3 ordinances. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you. Christopher Blurton with Interplan LLC. We're the planners for the project, 220 East Central Parkway, Altamont Springs. I don't have a presentation planned, but I am here to answer any questions that the mayor or the council members may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? First off, we have Betty Demke. Damke. I saw you start the clock before she got up here.
I heard you. I think I heard you. Good evening, everybody. The residents understand that property is going to change. And I'm here tonight, we're not objecting to the annexations or anything. We just want to discuss a little bit regarding what the residents concerned are for it going commercial. This property is extremely rural, residential, and in the Nakusi overlay. This site is not within the 7 commercial districts outlined. Yes, Vanderpool's was grandfathered in because they were there long before the Nakusi overlay. But during the last Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Burton stated that they are looking at potential users, but failed to mention that during the county's community development meeting earlier that same day, presented a site plan reflecting a grocery store and shopping area plaza. Also, during previous meetings with it was either the city or the county in a pre-app meeting or something, mention was made of a 3-story storage facility, which, to see if it would be applicable. We understand the city's need for additional commercial tax base. That's obvious. But your focus should be on commercial that brings higher waging, more professional types of employment rather than more of the lower minimum wage. Let's get our standards higher. This is an economic development problem. Everything comes in, it's just mediocre. Raise your standards. And according to your statements, and to that effect, they would love to put in some nice professional buildings, bring in some first-class, top-rated, expensive lawyers and things. That could help on the traffic going to Orlando to those jobs. But according to your statements, you guys made them during the JPA meeting a few months ago, but the city and the county expressed a desire to eliminate the overlay. The standards outlined in the overlay were established to ensure new growth, both commercial and residential, protect the existing heritage, environment, and the residents. Why destroy such a positive, forward-thinking idea? To that point, the residents in the community are requesting denial of the highway commercial zoning unless the following special conditions are irrevocably implemented to the zoning. We're asking that parking for all outparcels facing Nakusi Road be located to the rear of the building, such as at Jones Road and Jack Brack. Residential facades on all buildings, a minimum 2-story height, an 8-foot wall surrounding the south, west, and north sides of the site. That is to protect the existing residents. Dense landscaping with mature trees on footage facing Nakusi Road. And whenever possible, move the stormwater ponds to the front of along Nakusi rather than stash them in the back, as we did with Turtle Creek on Arundel Road that is across from your house. Originally, they were planned way at the back with houses up front. We said, no, switch it around, and they did, and you know the difference. We're asking that storage units, car washes, gas stations, etc., of that caliber be prohibited. We feel that these requests are reasonable. They will ensure Nakusi Road does not become...
What was your third one, Betty? I'm sorry.
I'm writing 2.
I'm going to give you a copy of this.
All right, storage car wash, do you
Car
say
wash.
it? There was a third one.
Storage units, car wash, gas stations, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Something of that nature. Let's bring in a professional look, not that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You know what I
I'm
mean.
Writing down these conditions that you're requesting.
I got them.
Well, we have to understand them up here.
I'm not following what you're saying.
No, that was it. I need you to repeat it because, I mean, you have them, but I need them to
I'm
start.
getting ready to give it to you.
Okay.
And in addition, there's the site plan that you presented to the county,
Yeah.
just for a general reference.
That's fine. Yeah, we're going to make a decision on this tonight. I'm not going to take that home and make a decision, so that's why I wanted to know now.
Okay. We're just asking for, the corridor from Boggy Creek down to 192 is a really nice corridor, and it's travel not only our residents, but our visitors. Let's maintain a standard of something different from Lake Nona, to put it plain.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Betty. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? Yes, sir.
James Moore, 3855 San Isidro, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. As I was looking over the agenda today for today's meeting, I really like the idea, as we continue to grow, we are growing, and then I do like the idea of the commercial development opportunities. Like Ms. Dempke said, I would like to see, higher level income type positions, lawyers' offices, stuff like that. But I think it's good. It's a great opportunity to keep local residents here, create jobs in town for the city, something we've been talking about for last year, 2 years. But I think this gives us a great opportunity to do so.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, I appreciate the last two comments on this. I also agree that we need high-quality commercial in our city. It's why we just went through the whole process of hiring a economic development firm to help us bring that to our city. I think that's going to be huge in the future. One of the things that I think that the Nakusi overlay oversaw or maybe didn't see coming as our city grows is the way that it limits commercial. If you notice, the traffic on Nakusi Road is very bad because everybody's driving to Lake Nona to get to the commercial. Once you pass Boggy Creek Road, it's like the world opens up and you've got every commercial product in the world. We need to get more commercial south towards St. Cloud, but I do agree with making sure it's quality commercial. I don't know legally how we could do that, but would love to work with the applicant on that.
Yes, sir. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
I agree with Councilmember Urban. I was going to ask our attorney, what can we do as a council to limit what kind of businesses are there? And I couldn't agree with Councilmember Urban anymore that we need to have that high end there, but we're driving down a 2-lane road on each side, opens up a Boggy Creek 3-lane road, and that's where we're spending our tax base. So I don't know if we did not, or if we said, and I don't know this, Mayor, we said, you can't have this, you can't have this, can't have this, and it goes to a court of law, and we spend $1 million, and they said, well, it's a property owner, and if it fits in with that, then they can have that. I mean, House Bill 399, there's a lot of bills that are out there that are limiting this council of what we can and cannot do. I don't know the law as well as our
Well, the city attorney hit his light, so he knows the law.
I hope, because, again, but I agree with Councilman Urban, we need to have more high-end business, but I don't know how we regulate that in this council. I just don't, and I'll do whatever I can, which is underneath the law and the Florida statutes. So I yield back to you, Mayor, and I think you're going to pass it to the attorney.
City attorney.
Thank you, sir. So, what's before you is annexation, the future land use comp plan, and then zoning, right? If it meets the if the zoning piece is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the staff has already presented that it is, and the zoning that they're asking for, then you can't necessarily say we want to limit this and impose that upon the developer or the applicant. The city code does allow for what's referred to as provisions of restricted zoning upon agreement by the applicant. So it does allow for limitation of uses, and we've done that
We have done that recently, most particularly, as I recall, with regard to storage units, right? So we could, if you want to talk about limiting certain uses, it would be a good idea to discuss them and, of course, give the applicant an opportunity to explain. But the only way to really, to address that, Mr. Gilbert, to go back to your thing, under where we are right now, is to either deny the whole annexation, deny the comp plan, and deny the zoning, and then you don't have to worry about it because it's not in the city anymore, or see if we can reach an agreement with where the applicant might be willing to limit some of the uses that the city council believes are not appropriate for this spot voluntarily. And then we could incorporate that into the last item on the agenda, of these three items.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilmember Paul.
So I'm looking at the map here, and I have one concern about which we already know Nakusi Road is a headache if you travel that. And at the intersection where Starline is, it's a divided road. If adding this commercial building, how would the traffic, I guess, crossing over be addressed? Because I just see that as an accident waiting to happen on Nakusi Road. And if that happens, you know, if you don't know your way around, then being in an accident on Nakusi Road, you're going to be sitting a while. So that's my concern on that one.
And Mayor, respectfully, I think you've thrown a couple questions out. I think it'd be good these questions be addressed to the applicant so they can respond to them.
Yes, sir. Before the applicant, I want to, the deputy mayor had his light really quick.
Again, this is just a legalese question, and again, if we say you can't have that, you can't have that, you can't have that, you can't have a gas station, and they take us to court and they win, then we paid millions.
Well, as a condition of approval of the zoning.
Right.
That we can get them to do that, if they want to.
If they want to do that, I'm sorry.
And that's where he said that is the way.
Through the
provision of
applicant.
restricted.
So thank you, Mayor. That's my only question is, I don't
Would the
want to
applicant
get,
like
yeah.
to address us on this?
Oops.
You probably answer a lot of these questions.
I can try. I can answer what I can. And I'm going to go kind of backwards. I tried to make notes as the speakers were speaking and some of the council members were speaking, specifically regarding the traffic. We would be proposing more than likely, and this is, of course, it's based on what a traffic study does justify, we would be looking likely at putting a traffic signal there at Starline and Nakusi to handle the traffic there. Specifically, the traffic crossing from Nakusi, across Nakusi, and then going northbound and southbound from this intersection. We did submit the concept plan that the resident handed out to you. We did submit that to the city. We have discussed that with city planning staff. We have had, I believe, at least 2 meetings with city planning staff, most recently to discuss the requirements of the overlay district, the Nakusi overlay district, and the requirements that would be expected, and the high-quality development that would be expected on this parcel, these 2 parcels. What we understand would be required are the standards that are held throughout the Nakusi overlay district. And our firm has worked on some other commercial projects on Nakusi, most recently the Taco Bell Pizza Hut up at Jack Brack in Nakusi, was built to those standards, built up against the road, kind of a new urbanist layout is what planners would typically refer to it as, with all the parking in the back and creating a streetscape along Nakusi. We understand that that is what the city wants to see here, at least on those out parcels along Nakusi. It sounds like that's what the residents are looking for as well, where we've got, again, high-quality development, single, 2-story commercial buildings, you know, not necessarily, and we can talk about some of the uses potentially here, but I don't think we're looking at car washes or self-storage buildings here, certainly not up against Nakusi Road. You know, there are some larger format retail and services that would probably be going in the rear of the development, but that currently is still being marketed to potential users at this point. But we do understand the requirements in the Nakusi overlay district, and we are willing to meet those requirements along Nakusi. Stormwater at the front along Nakusi obviously is a direct conflict with that. The other issue, of course, is just the topography of the site. I think everybody here is probably relatively familiar with Nakusi in that area. It obviously slopes from east to west towards Lake Toho. So we have to work with gravity, we have to work with the topography we have. And the Nakusi overlay district wouldn't allow stormwater up along the street anyway. So that would be a conflict there. Again, speaking to the uses, I haven't heard anybody, and I don't see any way we could really construct a car wash there based on the Nakusi overlay requirements. I haven't seen anybody propose one or any marketing towards a car wash, no marketing towards a self-storage facility. I believe those may be permitted by right under highway business. However, if the council was interested in restricting any particular uses, I believe I would have to ask for a continuance and go back and ask my client and the property owners if they'd be willing to live with any particular restrictions on those future uses.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think my opinion on that is, yeah, I think we should put those type of restrictions, come to some sort of agreement. Because I agree, I think we've got enough car washes, enough, of those items on there. But you are in agreement on the Nakusi overlay, the design standards.
Yes, sir.
You have read those, you understand what
Yes.
Mrs. Damke was referring to.
Yeah, I think we had about an hour-long meeting with planning staff, and it's been made very clear to us exactly what the city is looking for there.
Okay, all right. And with that said, I think we have Deputy Mayor Gilbert, so before I go further, I'll go ahead and let him add something.
Just one comment. I'm glad you said that, and what we're trying to do is conclude this, and we don't want to continue it for too long, but if we continue that, and we can put in that there are no car washes or self-storage, I think that would helpful to the citizens of that area, and we can move forward. And I know you're saying that, but you have to go back to them. I don't want to delay your projects, but I do want to listen to the residents and get their input. So I yield back to you, Mayor, but if that could be a condition, I would love to see that happen. And thank you very much for considering that, and please take it back if possible. Thank you. I yield back.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Urban.
Those are the two big ones for me, the car washes and the self-storage. Mechanic shop, I would add, mechanic tire shop, but those are the three I would add.
Yeah, what are the types? What is your vision for those out parcels on the front? I think that's really, because it looks like, is that a grocer?
That was
That's kind of
one
this
particular
concept.
retailer that they were marketing the site to, yes. Unfortunately, nothing has been set in stone at this point, but yes, that was one particular use they were looking at in the back.
All right, and with other multi-tenant building adjacent to that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, in the out parcels in the front, are we looking at restaurants? Are we looking at, is that who they've been approaching?
Yeah, I think they're looking at smaller retailers, restaurants. I think the city specifically showed, there's an area, and they referred to it as Mills, but it's actually 1792 in Winter Park. If you're familiar with the Trader Joe's, and I think it's a Booyah restaurant is on the other side there. It's where the old Best Western, I think, used to be there in Winter Park. And that's kind of what the city was indicating that they would be looking for in that particular area. If you're familiar with that, I mean, there's restaurants, personal services, spas, things like that. I couldn't necessarily promise that we wouldn't be looking at a gas station, but we would be looking for, we did discuss that with city staff as well. They would be looking for not your typical gas station layout, obviously, if we did do some type of automobile-orientated use, something where the building's up at the front, the pumps, and the parking are actually behind it. So it's not your typical, massive fueling canopy up front and the gas station in the very back, something more pedestrian-friendly.
Okay. All right, yeah, I think we kind of hit it right there. Maybe a continuance to the next meeting. When's the next meeting? May 4th?
May 14th.
May 14th. Would you be fine with that? And we can kind of kick around some ideas, and if you work with staff and obviously with the input from the Nakusi folks, Ms. Betty Damke, I know she's got a lot of input to add. But I like the fact that you're open to doing a lot of these things, and that you have to go back and obviously get the okay on that, but
Yeah.
thank you for working with the community on that, those sort of items.
Well, we want to be a good neighbor to the residents and to the city as well, of course.
Yes, sir. All right, so that would be for all three items?
Yes.
Okay.
So we would need a motion. You can just do by item if you'd like. Motion to continue all three of the items. So it's
All right.
items 3, 4, and 5 on your agenda.
All right, can we get a motion from council?
Motion to continue all three items.
Motion to continue all three items, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
So they're continued to May
Thank you.
14th.
May 14th? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Betty. All right, will the clerk please read item number 6, 7, and 8.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-13, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 4.85 acres identified as Hickory Tree Road Community Center Project ANX 25-00026, generally located north of Olive Mountain Bend, east of Hickory Tree Road, and south of Nolte Road, and west of Hickory Tree Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-14, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of approximately plus minus 4.85 acres identified as Hickory Tree Road Community Center, project CPA 25-000016, generally located north of Olive Mountain Bend, east of Hickory Tree Road, south of Nolte Road, and west of Hickory Tree Road, from CC Community Center to County to CC Community Center City, providing for amending of official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effect, severability copies on file, and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-15, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment, the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 4.85 acres identified as Hickory Tree Road Community Center, project ZMA 25-00020, from CCC Community Center Core County to CCC Community Core City, generally located north of Olive Mountain Bend, east of Old Hickory Tree Road, south of Nolte Road, west of Hickory Tree Road, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. So this is another companion application. There's an annexation, land use and zoning with the request. Ordinance 2026-13, 2026-14, and 2026-15. It's approximately 4.85 acres. So again, according to Florida Statutes 171.044, the application is contiguous and reasonably compact. It's adjacent to the city limits. It's located within the joint planning area boundary and is contiguous to the city limits. So the current future land use, as was read into the record, is community center, currently in the county. The pending future land use is community center. That would be the city designation. The existing zoning is CCC, Community Center Core. The proposed zoning is also CCC, Community Center Core. Density would allow anywhere between 18 and 40 dwelling units per acre. The development is compatible with the surrounding area and no adverse impacts to city facilities. So this is the existing future land use, which is community center. This is the existing zoning district, which is community center core. So staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-13, 2026-14, and 2026-15. Planning Commission approval was for approval on March 17, 2026. Staff is requesting approval of ordinance 2026-13, 2026-14, and 2026-15. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. All right, would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And was this staff-driven, or would the applicant like to speak on this? There's an applicant on this.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is John Adams from RJWA Inc., 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. We're in agreement with the staff report. I won't repeat it. They did a great job in working with us on this. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have tonight.
Thank you, John. Councilmember Urban.
Question for the applicant. What kind of, I know the community center, there could be quite a bit of different, what kind of vision does your client have for this property?
So this is a part of your recent JPA urban infill adoption with your comp plan. It's my understanding that you guys will be adopting the same urban infill zoning district requirements. So this tag of community center is actually the zoning we're requesting is community center core, which is a part of a larger community center in the area. So Some of the parcels to the north at existing gas stations in the community center, the storage facility in those townhomes were part of the community center. Property to the west and some on the north side of Nolte Road. So this is what's considered the core, so there's requirements for commercial in there. And this is per county code, and again, it's my understanding you guys are adopting that code. I don't believe it's done yet, but that commercial requirement is 4,000 feet per acre of raw land if they chose to do residential, because there is residential components allowed in community centers. In the core, it's 18 to 40 dwelling units an acre. It's not their intent. Their intent is to develop all commercial. There are also some of the requirements that were requested by the public on the last item, and that minimum 2-story, maximum 5-story. There's also a build-to line requirement of 0 to 10 foot, 60% on your public roads, which that would be frontage from Hickory Tree. So if you've been out on Hickory Tree and that big storage facilities right up on the road and all the parking in back of houses in the rear, not visible from the road, that's what's required within these community centers. Some of the target market that they're looking for is office on the second floor, then, spa, wellness facilities, coffee shops, sit-down restaurants, some gyms, yoga, spa and wellness, and maybe high-paying lawyer facility, offices. So.
Thank you.
That is their target market, and we've done several site plans, and, it's all meeting those requirements. And, the other thing I'll add, it's also interconnectivity, that they'd be required to allow interconnectivity. So, for instance, the existing development to the south would be able to connect to this. You wouldn't have to drive your car out on Hickory Tree Road to get to this facility. You could go, off-road, walk, ride your bike, or take your car as well.
Thanks. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Yeah, we don't need more lawyer facilities. Sorry. What do you do for a living again? We talk about 2-story buildings, right?
Yes, it's a minimum of 2-story.
Minimum.
Correct, 2 to 5-story.
Good.
Yes.
Good, because our land, although we're the largest in the Tri-County area with available land, we understand it will be gobbled up pretty much if we do 1-story, 2-story buildings everywhere we go from now on. So we'd like to see more verticality, or at least I would. And I know St. Cloud is a great town, but as we grow, I would like to see higher facilities. I know the regulations and restrictions are more. You need an elevator, you need this, you need that, but I think this is prime land to do something like that. And again, all I can do is suggest, and I appreciate everything you do, and I yield back to you, Mayor, but I'd like to go vertical in the future with St. Cloud, because we are getting larger instead of spreading out with car washes and storage units. I yield back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone in the audience like to talk on this item, speak on this item? All right, any other council comments for the applicant? And can I entertain a motion? We have item number 6, we have item number 7, item number 8. We have to do these individually, right, David?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Motion on 6?
Motion on 6. What's the motion?
To approve, I'm sorry.
Okay. Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Gilbert, second from Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
That was urban.
Huh? Oh, did you say? I'm sorry. I just heard a noise over there while he was talking. Yeah, the second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And can I get a motion on item number 7?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Okay.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And can we get a motion, item number 8?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, item number 8, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, sir. And item 9 has already been continued to May 14th, 2026. Item number 10, Madam Clerk, please read that item.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-09, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Article 13, Special Purpose Overlay District, Section 3.13.3, Entertainment District, amending subsection C, outside consumption in the district, subparagraph 1, district possession consumption hours, revising the days and hours for authorized consumption of alcoholic beverages within the entertainment district, providing for conflict severability, administrative correction, codification, publication, and effective date.
Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. I'm going to make this very easy. This is based on council direction where staff was directed to change the number of days that alcohol is served during the week. So we're going to 7 days a week. So this is ordinance 2026-09. This is to increase the number of days to 7 days a week. So this was based on council direction. The current is Wednesday through Saturday. The proposed is 7 days a week. There's no change in the times. It's still going to be 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. So staff is recommending approval of ordinance 2026-09. Planning Commission approved of ordinance 26-09 at their March 17th meeting. City Council requested action as approval of ordinance 2026-09. Staff is happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thanks, sir. And anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Could I entertain the Chief of Police and Mac to comment on this, because they're.
Well, we got the chief here. Yes, sir.
They're in it. They're in it.
Doug Gerke, Chief of Police. No issues, sir.
Okay.
No issues.
Thank you.
We don't really have any issues with it. And,
I
our
know
residents
it-
are
I-
amazing, and they're very responsive, and
Right.
so this will actually help us a little bit more. And the midnight cutoff is normal. That's what everyone's used to anyway, so shouldn't have any issues at all.
I just want to ask the pros, and I apologize, because I'll be sleeping by 9:30, so, well, besides today. So,
Yeah,
I yield back to you, Mayor. Just want to ask the police that are actually looking at that area in the noise ordinances and things like that, because we do have residential there too, so, but I know they've done a great job of doing that, so I just want to.
As the nightlife grows and everything, I'm sure if there's any challenges that we perceive, I assure you we'll bring it back to you to have a conversation.
Thank you for all you do.
Yes, sir.
Chief.
Thank you, Chief. All right, any other council comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Will the clerk please read item number 11?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-17, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 3, Article 4, Agricultural Zoning District, Article 5, Residential Zoning Districts, Article 14, Use Regulations, Section 3.14.30, Accessory Dwelling Units, ADU, of the Land Development Code, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, publication, effective date.
Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. The background of this proposed ordinance change is for the accessory dwelling unit standards, which is established through ordinance 2023-45, required 2 additional improved parking spaces and impact fee payment at the single-family rate. Allow for garages to accommodate the parking requirement based on City Council's request on the January 9, 2025 meeting. An amendment came forward to remove the parking and impact fee requirements. So the proposed amendments adds consistent development standard language in residential zoning districts. It removes parking requirements. It removes the impact fee requirements, the single family and mobility and recreation. It prohibits garages for detached accessory dwelling units. Staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-17. Planning Commission recommendation was approval on their March 17th meeting of ordinance 2026-17. City Council requested action as approval of ordinance 2026-17. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Yeah, if I may ask the city manager, we talked about these units in previous meetings, maybe a year or two ago. And those impact fees were on those units, right?
Yes,
And the change to that is because of?
council direction.
Okay. No more questions, I yield back. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Deputy, Councilmember Urban?
If I could explain a little bit what, from the impact fee perspective, I have a lot of experience in these ADUs and actually have a family member, a grandmother who lives in one, 86 years old. It's an affordable housing alternative for families who can stay together, can live together, can eat together. And what previously the city was charging pretty much double dipping on impact fees, where you would charge the impact fees for the main house and then you would charge them again for the second house. This allows for a more affordable housing alternative for families or people who maybe would have to live in a nursing home, live somewhere else. And it just allows for that. I know Osceola County does the same thing, and it's been really successful in the county as well, so that's my comments on it.
Yes, sir, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Urban, because there's two things. There, more people I know that are staying at home in the elderly age. And if we can bring those families together to do that at that cost, I think that's phenomenal. Many people are aging at home right now. I did a study with Metroplan, and they are. So this allows the families to stay together and have the units. The reason I think the city council did in the past was the additional parking and impacts on the roads, but I think this outweighs it. I think you're right. I think if you do an in-law suite, I know the county at one point was doing the same, but again, that doesn't matter to us. But your explanation is great, that if grandma and grandpa want to age at home, which they are most because of cost of nursing homes and things like that, I think this is a great alternative to that, because you're not going to do an ADU with 14 cars there. So I appreciate your comment on that. Councilman Urban, I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Is this just limited to R1, single-family zoning district?
No,
zoning
it
lots?
would apply to all the residential zoning districts.
Okay, so my one concern, I'm all for this, except for if it's just a multifamily. If somebody's just building a multifamily and being able to skirt around impact fee and they're just building a separate unit to lease out, that's the unintended consequence here.
Understood.
So, right, Dan, am I wrong?
No, you're
Okay.
not.
So that's why I would say limit it to the single-family lots, because that's the intended goal, right? For the accessory dwelling unit for a single-family home, behind it. Is that correct? These will always be behind it or above? How do we do that, Dan? However they want to construct it.
Well, however they can logistically build it on their property,
Right.
where we're talking about. So I would point out to you, though, the other unintended consequence of this is we can refer to them as affordable housing for relatives and all those, but there is probably an inability of the city to regulate folks building an ADU like this and then simply renting them out
Right.
for profit.
Yeah, what's that,
Makes sense.
Yeah,
The
we just can't.
Airbnb them.
Right.
And that's not what we're looking for. This is for an accessory dwelling unit. And that's why I think if we keep it, if we limit it just to this, is that R1 would be the single-family zoning?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
So we already have land development code language that limits accessory dwelling units. We weren't proposing to change anything except for the parking and the impact fees, because after we adopted it, we had council members that asked us to see, and it's been a while, but asked us to see how many had actually been built after we put them into place. And we weren't having any built, and that was, I believe, when Councilman Urban and Fletcher both, I think, were asking us to bring this back. But I can give you some of the language in the code if that's helpful. But it basically says that it's supposed to be a single-family character, and let me see what else it has. It's one accessory dwelling unit per parcel. Provided, however, a permit shall not be issued by the city for any property upon which exists a violation of any code provision.
Okay. R2 zoning allows for two-family.
Correct.
All right. So it's no longer single family with an accessory dwelling unit. That's a two-family, multifamily piece of property.
Right, that would be a
That's
duplex.
the unintended consequence. We're not trying to give an impact fee break, so somebody can, with a R2 zone piece of property can just build another home on there and lease it out. We want somebody who's in a single-family home, right? That's really what we're looking at, and encourage them to build the accessory dwelling unit, to allow it to happen by not having the impact fee on that. Is that really
Yeah,
what the intention of this is?
Yeah, I'm absolutely good with limiting it to single family, and the other thing that was brought up was the short-term rentals or Airbnbs. Is there a way to say these can't be rented out for Airbnbs or short-term rentals?
Yeah, there's a way to address that from a code provision. I have to be frank with you, the enforcement of that, it will be very difficult.
It's already in the code.
But, yeah.
Yeah, it's already in the code, and in order to have one, it has to be, it can only be up to 60% of the size of the primary unit. It can't be more than 1,000 square feet. But it does say that you cannot lease or rent it for consideration of any kind unless the record title owner of the property permanently resides in the primary structure or the ADU. Continued maintenance of a homestead ad valorem tax exemption for the property in the name of the owner shall be, I'm not an attorney, prima facie evidence of compliance with this
Prima,
requirement. Prima, thank you. Nothing
Paid
here.
enough attorneys to know.
Yeah, nothing herein shall authorize or permit rental or leasing of the primary structure or ADU as a short-term rental.
Right.
Yeah, and how do you regulate it?
Well,
You know, it's kind of Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
And again, Councilmember Berman is great project that you brought up. The European model of living is the more kids you have, the more stories you build, because land is limited. So if you have a one-story building, you have kids, they move in a two-story, the kitchen stays on the one story, everyone gathers, goes 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. I think that's a great model of a family community to keep together, but as Mayor said, a rental property just to make money. I don't know how to regulate it, because you need people to, but I've seen families together doing that stuff. That's the best thing in the world. So I don't know how you regulate, Mayor, but you're right, a rental unit versus family unit or mother-in-law suite, we used to call them. And I had a mother-in-law suite before, but I still have a suite, but no mother-in-law. But no, I'm only kidding.
And I think it narrows it down to its true intent by limiting it to the single-family properties, right?
Yeah, and the other thing that kind of self-regulates it is, as the city manager was reading the code, it has to be your primary place of residence, your homestead residence.
right.
So you're not gonna rent it out to just any person that's gonna party there all night and that kind of helps it too. I don't want someone living on my property that I'm not gonna get along with and that kind of thing, so that helps.
Here's what I want to avoid, somebody buying a lot, say it's a single-family lot, coming in and saying, well, I want to change the zoning to R2, and then not having to pay that second impact fee. Right?
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
I think that's that's a kind of a loophole, I believe. So I think, can we limit it just single-family? Now, these are just homes, not just in the grid, right? Are we talking about even all subdivisions? I mean, do HOAs have a?
Well, most
voice on
HOAs
that?
will have restrictions that would probably prohibit those, most of the newer subdivision, unless there were a design subdivision that you see around, like, Celebration has it, and Baldwin Park in Orange County allows for ADUs, basically. But unless most of them are prohibited anyway, so.
Okay. Can we put it in there that it's R1 zone lots?
I believe we'd have to amend different sections of the code. I've just been
Yeah, we'd have-
scrolling through.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna have to, you would have to do a more comprehensive look at how the code interacts with this.
Yeah,
to make sure.
there's, in each of there's a separate use table in each of the residential zoning districts that calls out which uses are allowed or not allowed. So unfortunately, it's not covered by the header of this
Yeah,
ordinance.
so we can, if that's a direction of the council, we certainly can rework it and bring it back.
That's fine.
Yep, so we want to move that to the May 16th meeting as
No,
well?
why don't we, if we could, because as the city manager just pointed out, if we change the header, we're gonna have to re-advertise it anyway. So
Okay.
if we have to change the title, so why don't, if it's okay, we can continue to work on it, we can bring it back at a future meeting, and once we get all that work through.
Yes, sir, thank you. All right, so we need a motion on that?
No, sir.
Okay, we're good, May 16th. Thank you. And will the clerk please read item number 12?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-18, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Osceola County, Florida, amending Chapter 24 Environmental, Article 9, Open Burning, Section 24-308, Emergency Prohibition, Burning, or Use of Fireworks, and related actions to define dangerous environmental conditions, providing for conflicts, severability, administrative corrections, codification, publication, effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Jason Miller, Fire Chief. 2026-16 or 18, I think my eyes are a little blurry right now, I can't even see it. 18 is in reference to the city's burn ban ordinance. We added a little bit of language that says dangerous environmental conditions. In this past year, if you'll realize, we had the severe freeze that hit Central Florida. It created a lot of dead growth on the ground. In turn, we followed it up with a little bit of a drought. Created some severe fire conditions that the ordinance did not necessarily allow us to enact a burn ban at that time due to those conditions. This language clears that up and allows us to put that in place. Here, if you have any questions, we recommend approval.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Why is the state getting involved with us in our burn bans?
I'm going to let the attorney answer that one. I will defer to him.
Deputy Mayor, I do not have an answer for you. I have not received anything that would explain why they think they haven't. We've done, my office has done some more research on the issue. I've found nothing that would preempt the city from doing this in the state statutes. There is a preemption that's related to controlled burns, is that what we call them?
Controlled burns for the purpose of wildlife silviculture mitigation.
And the city is completely preempted by the state from regulating those, but that's not what this is. So I'm waiting, the chief and I have talked about this, we've asked the folks in the state to tell us what you're talking about, and we, as far as we know, haven't received anything.
Absolutely.
May I ask you
It's been radio silence from them since we've made that request.
May I ask the attorney and the fire chief to write a strong letter and say, if your fire trucks are gonna come put out the fires, we understand that, but if the city of St. Cloud's gonna put out the fires, which I don't think we've called the state in for any of the burns, have we?
Not in the last few years. Well, we do for, like, out on Kissimmee Park Road. We had an area that was recently annexed. They had a little fire out there. We
Is
called them.
that state or county?
It's in Osceola County, but we called the state forestry and plow line around the fire for us.
Okay, so it's not normal.
No, it's not a regular occurrence. And we work very well in general with the Florida Forest Service.
Okay.
I think this may just be a one-off. They've got some new people and some new positions, and I'd like some more time as far as to deal with that issue. The biggest thing is our working relationship, I feel, is fine. I think it's just this sticking point of these burn piles for land clearing operations that, it's not necessarily that forestry is in favor or against those. Our problem with the city is we get 101 complaints about them. People don't like the smell of smoke. They're worried about the ash. And rightfully so. I mean, some of these are in areas that are a little more habitated than they used to be 20 years ago.
Are these the same people that have a camper and go camping with the smoke? But at the pleasure of the council, I'd just like to ask if we could write a letter to the state and saying, why are you regulating something that we can control?
Well, Deputy Mayor, we can become more active in trying to get this information from out there. We can, and our office and the chief, we can work together and we can send something formally and point out that our council is very concerned about the action of the state, if that's okay. And then we can see what we can get back from them.
So what I understand, Chief Miller, is that if we can't say it's been dry as ever here in St. Cloud, but we can't say we're gonna have
So we can burn recreational or forbid recreational fires and things like that. This particularly applies to the silviculture, we'll call it environmental fires, where they burn off heavy growth so it doesn't come into a wildfire, and land clearing burn piles. Our issue at the city is the land clearing burn piles. More specifically, what happened over in Stevens this last couple weeks. My phone was ringing off the hook, City Hall's phone was ringing off the hook, and it was an issue. On day one, we went out there, we received calls from the school, we received calls from school resource officers. It was an active day receiving phone calls. At the time, the burn pastor for that location advised he was gonna move the materials over towards the east. The next morning, he did move a vast majority of the burned materials over to the east. However, there was still some smoldering remnants on the west side near the school. Later on that day, we started receiving calls when the wind shifted again. Again, we went out there. It was within our parameters that we had initially set forth for that transition with the forestry discussions that we had. And at that point, forestry took over, or the Florida Forest Service, and said he has to use the high-pressure fan to help burn cleaner, create a better fire to burn off this material. That did not stop the phone calls. But at that point, I'd been told by Florida Forest Service, unless we wanted to go out there and commit a bunch of resources and put our trucks out in the middle of the area, we had no recourse but to let it burn.
You good?
I am, any pleasure, council, this is something, you're restricting us to take care of our city.
Yeah, I know. It's frustrating, but I mean, obviously, if they had a state permit, right, the one in, that we're referencing Stevens Plantation, Stevens North, I mean, obviously, the guys on the ground aren't gonna stop them because they're gonna, the owners of the property are gonna say, we got a permit.
Well, yeah. It was not a good situation all the way around. That's all I'll say. I think that in the future, I think we're gonna handle these a little bit differently also on our side. I'm not a huge fan of burn as far as land clearing burns, as you know. We had the past issue, which brought this to a head, was over off in North Tyson where they were doing the burning, and all that traveled over into Turtle Creek, and there was all those issues there. That's what actually brought this whole thing to a head, I think about a year and a half ago now. All we can do is I can work with the city attorney and get the information that they say is out there, which they haven't been able to provide us yet, and we can go from there.
And Mayor, I'll just make one final point. This language that we're asking that you adopt as part of this amendment will actually give the fire chief more flexibility to deal with these dangerous environment conditions, which means the way that these things are typically resolved is we will have more authority to go after the actor that's doing the burning, and then we may have to actually enforce our ordinance and see how the state responds to that, if at all. In other words, see if they really want to push this issue back. So
That's even if they present a state permit, we still take action.
I have not found anything, and that would preempt the city from, you know, there were the two types of burning that the chief mentions. The first one, not the land clearing burning. There's nothing that preempts the city from regulating that at the state level. And that I haven't found.
We got some tough guys here that'll take care of it.
You know, and thank you, Mayor, that's the only answer I was looking at.
Jason's
I didn't want it out of the city's
chain
control.
himself to a tree out there.
No. I'm okay not chaining myself to a tree, but, you know,
especially
at the end of the day, these types of fires are problematic in residentially occupied areas.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Right.
No, and thank you for stepping up, especially the Nakusi one, the Stevens Plantation one. I think that was a good call on those.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing it.
Absolutely. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And City Attorney, you still good on this?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. And can I get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And I thank you. Have a
Thank you,
great night.
Chief.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item number 13?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-19, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, prescribing the manner of holding the regular election to be held at the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, each election year, to wit, November 3, 2026, with a primary election on August 18, 2026, if required, pursuant to Chapter 20, Article 1, Section 20 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of St. Cloud, providing an effective date.
And essentially, this is the ordinance that is required by the charter that you adopt before each election. It sets the election date, it sets the precincts, and it's required for you to do it so we can get, so that as under your existing charter, so we're asking for you to approve it.
Yes, sir. Can I get a motion on this item?
Motion approved.
Hold on a second. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Sorry.
Sorry.
Now we're good.
Motion approved.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher, Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And on to council action. Will the clerk please read action item number 1?
Resolution number 2026-032R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, prescribing the date of the election of the primary election if necessary. The offices to be voted for the nomination period for candidates and the precinct locations.
And anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And anyone on council?
Yes, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have a concern about, which I brought it up to our city manager and our attorney, regarding when a candidate, they have to, of course, do the petition of 25, but then they're also having to pay a qualifying fee. I think it's like 186 or something like that. From my understanding, are we doing both, or is it one or the other?
Since the other day, I haven't had a chance to really look into that. If I can give me a little bit more time, I'm happy to clarify the question, and I apologize for not. So I can certainly address that as soon as possible and get you an answer to that. We have to follow the state statute, and then we have to follow the local provision to do that too. So I believe, and again, this is off the top of my head, the petition does not apply to the fee required through the supervisor of elections for the ballot, but I'll have to look at that if I could. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to look at that issue, but I will.
When you see you say the fee, the 100 and what now?
186, because my thing is they're like, you need to do 25 petitions. Okay, that's easy to get 25 people or more to do a petition, but then, and I'm speaking from experience, when I got there, they were like, okay, you owe me 186, and I'm like, qualifying fee? And when I asked about it, they said it's something that is set at the city, that's what they require, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember either.
But
I know I must have paid it too.
I paid it too, but, you know.
Do you know the
City
answer,
clerk?
Ivy? You do?
Yeah.
So I apologize.
In the charter, it states that it's 25 petitions and 1% of the previous salary of the year before. So right now, it's going based off the salaries of the city council of the seats that were sitting in July of last year.
So we made $18,000?
Last year,
This
yes.
guy's pinching pennies over
What's
here.
happening with
He's
me?
doing math in his head.
Got a raise in 4 years.
Yes. There is a way to, and I don't have the exact percentage, there is a way to waive the petitions and pay a qualifying fee, which is much higher in lieu of the petitions. But other than that, it's 1%.
Stacy doesn't have a button, but go ahead, Stacy.
5%, they added on to the 1% if they don't want to get the petitions.
Oh, if they don't want to get the petitions. Okay.
So you can pay for not having to get petitions?
It's 25. If you don't know 25 people and you run for office.
I turned mine in like 2 years ago.
Well, Councilman Paul,
Okay.
again, I apologize. You obviously asked the wrong person.
Don't ever ask the attorney a legal question.
He hasn't been here long enough.
Sorry.
Yeah, he has enough tenure.
All right, are we good on that still? So that's a question from Councilmember Paul. Any other questions or any other comments from council?
So is that something that the supervisor of elections could, you know, because when I went down there, they were like, the 25 petitions plus the paying that, but if they're saying we can pay the fee, which would be more than that, I mean, maybe sharing that information with them so that way they know, because when you're going to get the information?
What we can do is we can give them a quick summary, what we believe, how it reads, and we can give it to them when we ask them to give us to the candidates but we're doing, under the new process, we're actually going to be getting the qualifying packets for candidates for the municipal election, so we can make sure that it is in the qualifying packet. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And can I get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, item, council action resolution 1. We have
Second.
a motion from Councilmember Urban, second from Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And Mayor, if I may, since we're talking about elections, as you know, we just, before the break, we adopted an ordinance. After the break, we adopted this resolution. They're identical. We're going to clean that up. So for the next election, we won't have to do this duplicative effort. But I also want to point out that based on the way the election schedule is going to be and the need to qualify the candidates that will be on the ballot after the qualifying period, we've scheduled, or we've asked the mayor to call a special meeting to occur on June 15th. We'd like to have that meeting at 2:30. Under your rules of conduct, we need basically a consensus from the council to have a special meeting at any other time other than 6:30. Since we were talking about it, I thought I'd just get that consensus from the council now. That meeting would be on June 15th at 2:30 for the sole purpose of verifying the candidates that are going to be on the ballot for
If
the.
it ends up on my calendar, I show up. Could be 2 a.m., I don't care.
All right, well, we'll make sure we put
So will the police chief,
We'll
2
do a
a.m.
2:30 PM on the agenda, so you don't show up 2:30 AM. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. All right, and will the clerk please read item number 2?
Resolution number 2026-45R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, approving administrative services agreement with UMR, Inc., third-party administrator for United Healthcare, a reference-based pricing agreement with Health Scope Benefits, Inc., for administration of the City of St. Cloud's self-funded health insurance plan with an effective date of October 1st, 2026.
Good evening, Justin Kleesner, Human Resources Director. I'm excited to talk to you tonight about everyone's favorite topic, health insurance. I know when we talk to our employees about it, they are always thrilled. But tonight I'm actually really excited because in a world where everything is going up in costs, we are excited about a new proposal where not only our employees, but the city would also save quite a bit of money. So I'm excited to walk you through that tonight, along with our benefits broker, Danielle Boyle from Brown & Brown. The city has seen over 10% increases in our health insurance year over year over the last several years. That's resulted in increases of over $1 million. And that is
Each year.
Each year, yes, each year. And that continues to be unsustainable. And much of this is tied to inflation, just like everything else is, right? But in this case, the costs for medical are going up, the costs for pharmacy claims are going up. We've been working with Brown & Brown, Danielle here, to alleviate those rising healthcare costs and are excited to propose this new model for you today. One path that does a reference-based pricing model and another that allows employees to choose a plan similar to what we currently have, except under United Healthcare. I'm really excited about this because we have been talking to some employees about this and kind of teasing what this plan could look like. And they've been really excited, to say the least. For better or for worse, as you'll see here, there's going to be some copays that are going to be coming down. There's going to be some fixed fees that are added to this plan that makes it really attractive. I say for better or for worse because we've had an employee say that maybe I'm going to put off that maybe I'll put off that medical need until October. You know, if it's something that they need to do now, they need to do it now. But they're already seeing the savings that this plan could bring for them, and they're really excited about it. And the city's going to save quite a bit of money too. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Danielle Boyle from Brown & Brown, and she's going to walk you through this.
Just simple, right? Good evening. Nice to see you all. So I will go ahead and take you through the renewal options that you have before you. If you were to stay with Cigna, we have a 12.4% increase to necessary funding, which comes to about $1.2 million for the next fiscal year. That would be no plan design changes, and that is purely a function of your claims costs increasing. It's not an increase from Cigna. In a prior meeting, I went through a pie chart of what your costs are made up of, and your costs are primarily medical and pharmacy claims. What Cigna charges you is about 3% of your overall cost. So if we do nothing and stay with Cigna, it would be $1.2 million. Option 2, employees would have the choice between a traditional PPO option like what you have today. So if they like what they have today, they can continue with a very similar plan, a network that is actually broader than Cigna's national PPO network. Or they can choose the other plan through ClaimDoc that I will go through. And to Justin's point, it's quite a bit richer. For example, somebody can have an inpatient hospital stay and pay $500 for that entire stay. The employees and the city would save on this model, and it's because the claims are paid on a transparent basis.
And so under a network model we've talked about in prior meetings, you're starting out at a billed charge, and that billed charge is set by a hospital's charge master, is really the name for it. And it spits out a cost, but it's not the cost, it's the charge. And you're getting a discount by being a PPO member with any of the carriers that you participate with. This is a cost-plus model under the reference-based pricing, and I will go through some of that data with you in a minute. So if you go with option 2, which is the employees would have the choice between the true PPO option with United Healthcare, UMR, or ClaimDoc, and the enhanced plan design, you would see between a 2.6% decrease and a 3.3% decrease. And there's some assumptions there that we've outlined above that. Employees are going to have a choice during open enrollment. Right now, they have a choice between 2 pretty similar plans with Cigna. This is going to be a real choice between a plan that has much lower costs at the time of service and lower per pay deductions, or something that they are used to and they'll be paying pretty much what they would pay with Cigna. Based on my experience under this model, those 2 things coupled together, you'll see between 70 and 80% people choose the plan that is the stronger benefit and the lower cost. So 70% choose the ClaimDoc plan, you'll see about a 2.6% decrease. If 80% choose it, you'll see a 3.3% decrease. A question that I know is on everyone's mind, what if no one chooses that plan and they all want to stick with what is comfortable? You would have the 12.4% increase like you have today with Cigna. It is truly, it's a network-based plan. It's your medical claims that would be a trend increase. Why are healthcare costs high? This is something I'm passionate about, something I've spent a lot of my free time researching and digging into over the past several years. And I think that with the passage of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, the CAA, we've been able to tap into a lot more data. Hospitals set their prices strategically, and it's not that hospitals are bad. We want to have wonderful hospitals, and we do. We do in our area. And somebody's job as the CFO or the head of that hospital's profit margin and ability to do business is they're doing a good job. And because not many people have access to the data, we just go on with how things have always been done. But what we've really found is that hospitals are inflating the cost between 200 and 400% in our area. And in other areas in South Florida, it's 800%. And every now and then you'll have a high cost claim where the discount does not apply. And you're paying over 1,000% above what the cost of that service is. Now that we have access to that data, I feel, and I think that there's an argument, that there's a duty as somebody that's managing the self-funded plan to really use the data to best keep costs down and improve the benefit for your employees. The RAND study and the SAGE transparency tool is what opened my eyes into the real detail here. It's a free public-facing tool. The website, if anyone wants to go to it, is sage2.0.org. It is from a nonprofit employer group in Indiana. They figured out a way to put together several different data points that are government filed by the hospitals. They have to file their annual financial reports, and the machine-readable files that all of the plans and carriers have to send now that that law has passed. What was really helpful is that it will show the ratio of what a commercial private insurance pays versus Medicare for that same exact service, same exact hospital, same exact time period. And then it will also show the hospital's break-even point, meaning what they need to make money. In Florida, we have the pleasure of being the most expensive state in the country as it relates to the cost versus what we are charged as an employer plan. And I've spent 17 years doing this in the state of Florida, and the argument has always been, and I'm very good friends with many of the heads of the insurance carriers, the argument has been told to me time and time again, it's because hospitals lose so much money on Medicaid and Medicare that we have to make up for it. And that's part of living in a place where we have a lot of senior citizens. We have a lot of hourly employees within the service industry, and they don't make a lot and they're on Medicaid. This blows that out of the water because your break-even point is truly what the hospital needs to make money, and we're paying 380% and they need 137%. So the delta there is the profit margin. We want them to have a profit margin, but my argument is how much is healthy versus if you're trying to weigh your budget priorities, do we need to be giving that much over to hospitals for care? This is based on the City of St. Cloud's top medical spend in 2025. We access this data through our reporting tool with Cigna. And your top hospitals were Orlando Health, St. Cloud Regional, of course, Advent, Orlando, HCA, Florida Osceola, and HCA Poinciana. The blue column is what the average self-funded or group health plan, like the city, is being charged, and that is the allowed amount. So that's what the city's health insurance pays plus the employee responsibility. 348%, for example, out of Orlando Health, Orlando. What they need to break even is 91% of Medicare. This also takes into account their net profit margin, their operating profit from commercial payers, Medicare, Medicaid, and the Excel file has probably 50 different columns, but these are the most critical for this conversation. What we would like to do, using this information, because you have 2 local hospitals that do a wonderful job in your community, is just go and ask for a direct contract for the City of St. Cloud. We're not asking them to change their entire business model, but understanding that you all can't increase your prices to pay for health insurance the way that a private business may be able to. There's only so many things that you can shift to employees, and I would rather you be able to give raises than have to pay more for insurance. Where does the savings come from? I talked about how it's a cost-plus model, but really the claim audit piece that I mentioned in a prior workshop is a huge saver as well. So instead of just paying the bill as it comes in, every single facility claim, whether it's $2,000 or $2 million, is line by line audited to find double charges. By ClaimDoc has a team that does this. PPO contracts typically prohibit the TPA from doing that. The other thing I will tell you is your annual trend is going to be reduced, meaning right now, my clients, all of them, have 8 to 12% trend. It's just medical inflation. If you're tied to a reference point that's Medicare, their trend is 1 to 2%. So if you're tying to that, you're going to stabilize your curve over time. You have 2 plans today with Cigna, the preferred and the standard. I won't read all of this to you, but it is here in case you have questions. A couple of things that I'll point out are the deductible, which is what the employee or the dependent has to pay before a hospital service is covered, $1,250 on your richest plan, and a $4,000 out-of-pocket maximum. That's your worst-case scenario. That's you're in the hospital for 3 months or the whole year. That's the most that you're going to pay in medical and pharmacy costs. And in your standard plan, that number goes up to $5,000. What we've done with the ClaimDoc plan, which is the one that has the $500 shown here, is reduce that deductible to $500. So it is going down quite a bit, and it also doesn't apply to anything except for home health care, skilled nursing, durable medical equipment, the things that a lot of people don't see regularly and aren't even on most of our displays. Your out-of-pocket maximum is going down to $3,000. So remember, right now, today, employees have either a $4,000 or a $5,000. So now that plan is a $3,000, but it's going to be difficult to get there, meaning you'd have to have a lot of inpatient stays at $500 to get to that $3,000, or on a lot of medications, et cetera. We've reduced that inpatient facility fee, and the other important item here is it includes all of the provider fees. So if you have labs like pathology, radiology, surgeons, assistant surgeons, you're paying $500 for that surgery, that baby, whatever the inpatient stay is, and that's all inclusive. It can be really challenging to budget, and I've had 2 children, and one of them cost me $6,000, the other one cost me over $8,000. my out-of-pocket was less than that. I had an out-of-network pathology, I had other tests done, and to know whenever you're going into planning a family or having a knee surgery or any of the things that we have to deal with in life, that you know your cost all in is significant. The outpatient surgery, we've also removed that physician fee on the direct access plan under Claim Doc. Right now, you have a $200 copay, but employees are often surprised, as with all of my clients, because it's deductible and coinsurance for those provider fees. So you're paying who knows what, depending on what you had done. Reduce the emergency room a little, and then applied a $150 ambulance copay here rather than deductible and coinsurance. What I'll say on the Choice Plus plan, so that's the network option. That's the UMR network option. We have made that slightly less rich than your standard plan, just in a couple of areas. So right now the deductible is $1,750. We're increasing that to $2,000. That's really as a tool to make employees stop and think, but also a reflection of the true cost. Your services are not staying at the same price year over year. Your services are going up 10 to 12 to who knows what percent, depending on what's going on. And so when an employee is isolated by having the same deductible year after year after year, they're not sharing within that increased cost. Now the good news. So your preferred plan and standard plan, you have employee with wellness and non-wellness. I will not read all of this to you. It is here for your review. I will tell you what we've done for the proposed plans. On the Claim Doc reference-based pricing plan, we have reduced the cost by 20% versus what your lowest cost plan is today. So it's a richer benefit than your premium plan, your preferred plan, and it's 20% lower cost than your standard plan. On the traditional PPO plan, we've applied a 10% increase. And really, if you would stay with Cigna, that would be a 12.4% increase if the increase was spread as it looked to be. The good news is you're going to have employees, 72 families right now, if we go back to this page. On the preferred plan, you have 72 people that are buying up to that better coverage for their families. And those 72 people, if they choose the Claim Doc plan, will save almost $3,000 per year just in payroll contributions. So there's several reasons that I believe in this. One, I think that you can give money back to employees in their paychecks, offer a lower cost, more predictable insurance plan, and then the city can use money that rather than pay $1.2 million into the budget for healthcare, you can use that for something that has a priority other than that. How employees access care. So this plan is different in that when you get an ID card, it's not going to say one of the major carriers, Blue Cross, United, Cigna, Aetna. And so if you were to just call and say, I need to make an appointment, here I'm with Claim Doc or I'm with HealthScope, those front desk people don't have that on their list. They're going to say, we don't take that. And so the reason we're coming to you now in April rather than in August when open enrollment begins is we need to be educating employees about what the way to make this the easiest for them will be, and that's called Pave the Way. Employees will either go to the online portal or sit one-on-one with us or send an email or call in and say, my doctors are, and give the provider's name, the patient's name, and Claim Doc has 200 people in their office that reach out to these providers to explain how the plan works, and in fact tell them they're going to make more money under this plan than they would just under a network option, because doctors make more under this option. It's the facility claims that we're seeing savings on. There's a 96% acceptance rate nationwide. My experience within Central Florida is 98%. And it's because they're making more money rather than being in network. Throughout the year, there are member advocates, and it's like having your own assistant for healthcare. If you get a bill in the mail or you have a procedure coming up, you have one person, their direct contact information once you are established with them, that you can just call, email, text whenever you have something that you need they'll take care of it. I don't have that, and I work for a company that's 23,000 people. The access summary for facilities, we intend, and we have meetings scheduled in about a week or 2 weeks with your 2 local hospitals that do not have a lot of activity with ClaimDoc. So ClaimDoc has many employer groups, many smaller employer groups within our market, one very large employer group in our market. But those employees are not using the hospitals in St. Cloud regularly. And so we need to have meetings with them and talk to them about having a direct contract so that you don't have any surprises, make everything smooth. That has already been lined up. The rest of the hospitals that are on here are regularly processing claims without issue for employees. And then your providers, to recap a prior discussion, there were 377 doctors that were seen by your employees and their dependents over that 12 months. 135 of them are already treating patients that are with ClaimDoc. So not your employees, but other patients. This is a network-free plan. It's not, they don't have to be on a list to work with the plan. We're just saying they already know how to do it. So that leaves room for employees to nominate their providers so that there's no questions when they go to make their first appointment after the insurance changes. You have my commitment that I would be the one leading these meetings with your employees, along with a woman named Stephanie Moore with ClaimDoc. She's been there since the company started. She's incredibly educational, passionate. She's like a teacher who will explain all the nuances, answer questions, and then we'll have a team to help employees submit their nominations. And did I miss anything, Justin?
No, thank you, Danielle. I think you covered it very well. We are really excited about this, and we know that this is a big paradigm shift for how we think about insurance. And it is going to take a lot of education for our employees to understand, and that's okay. Because the little bit of conversation that we're already having with some of our employees, they are already excited. They see the savings in their paychecks. They see the savings that they're going to see when they go seek services at hospitals and at their clinics. They see the value in that, and I think this is a situation where everyone wins. You can stick with your traditional model if that is what makes you more comfortable, or you can figure out if this plan might work better for you. The employee can save money, and the city can save money as well. So with all that, we're here for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Justin. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, Deputy Mayor. I saw you right.
I didn't press my button.
I saw you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Appreciate what you're doing. And if I was a single healthy guy like Justin there, I'd probably go with it. But I'm a 63-year-old guy that's been through a lot. But you had 377 providers, and you have 135 participants, so you have 50% of the participants in this program that participate they're participating in the programs we have now. I know there's beautiful graphs and there's beautiful things going on.
I'd like to clarify
I'm a
that
figure
piece,
guy.
yeah.
Figures
So-
just to me, it just.
There isn't a network with ClaimDoc, and so what this is showing is that they're already working with other patients that have ClaimDoc insurance.
Okay, from St. Cloud.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I thought it was
your
the St.
employees
Cloud.
are going to 377 doctors, and of those 377, 135 of them are treating other patients that are with ClaimDoc. So we already know that they know how to submit claims to the plan. The other ones may not have ever heard of ClaimDoc. It's not that they're not accepting it, it's not that they're not in network, it's just they may have never heard of that name before.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And I'd like to ask the council, with the pleasure of the council later, I'm gonna ask them a question about if we hire somebody internally to transition this plan, if we're saving a 1.2 mil, we pay somebody $50K to help these employees get through, unless you said you have this one lady that's a great teacher, that's gonna
No,
teach
there's
700 people?
there's 200 employees, sir, that's their job, is to
Oh, I'm
call
sorry, you
these
said
providers.
one person that was a teacher, which one was that?
Stephanie Moore is the implementation manager at ClaimDoc, and she will be leading the meetings with me.
Oh, okay.
The team that is back in Iowa are the ones that will be reaching
Okay.
out to all the providers.
Please don't get defensive, I'm asking questions for the employees.
Absolutely, sir. No, I've had too much coffee, I'm just trying to stay awake, that's
I
all.
wish I drank coffee, because I'd be just like you, hey, you know, but, and I'd make a great presentation. But it's late, and I don't drink coffee, so if I fall asleep during mid-sentence, that's just because I'm old. So we understand the $3,000 per year savings. These are all just estimates, and I get that, and I really want to offer this service to our employees, because if you look at it, I'm probably in the old end of the scale for City of St. Cloud employees, but there's some people who've been here 30, like Dan's been here 47 years and he's 52. But you have some other employees.
Started when I was 5.
But I get it, and I really want this program to work for our city employees. I do, Justin, I'm not debating that at all. I'm just saying I want somebody to guarantee me that they're gonna hold our hands through that transition, because there's so many people that care about what their grocery costs are, what their gas prices are, but they don't care about what their health care is, because that saves their lives, or that puts them on the medication and the doctor they need to see. You know, I've heard something that old people try to stay alive instead of be alive, and you want to make sure they're healthy. And to instead of, you know, you have a doctor, take this pill, take this pill, take this, whatever. And cost of pharmacy, I know it's going down, but does ClaimDoc have anything to do with pharmacies?
No, sir. Your pharmacy will stay with one of your major pharmacy benefit managers. That's not on the agenda.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You can stay exactly with Express Scripts like you are today, and that's on the table. That's coming up for
So if our
evaluation.
doctor says, hey, Ken, you need to take Eliquis, not that I do, but maybe, then I could get that prescription? And that would be paid through our health insurance?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Those are just questions
Yeah.
I'm thinking of for the people. I'm sorry if I'm long on this, but this is a big decision that we have to make as a city council.
I feel you have a lot of experience being a.
I do, and I've done, I have different
negotiate.
companies have different, I've had these programs with different companies, and this, I might go, we might be presenting to another day.
That was a great suggestion for, if we have a large percentage of employees switch over, with the savings, we could get somebody on our HR staff to help with the transition. The $330,000 savings, that if we had 80%, if that would be an easy, that would be an
I
easy.
just want to ease the pain of our employees, and not for them to have to call the doctors, not for them to make the appointments, not for them to have to do that. And I like it that we don't have any of the St. Cloud hospitals involved with this for now. But I heard that you might be calling on them to tell them that we're going to that, to get them, because HCA and Orlando Health are not participants in your chart. But that's probably where most of our employees go to when they have hospitals. They go to HCA or Orlando Health in St. Cloud, I would think, for hospital stays. Is that right or wrong?
That's
Is that a pie
correct.
chart that I'm good at that?
So the HCA generally and Orlando Health generally, there's access. It's just, the regional ones, there's not a lot of other employers that have employees that are in this area that have used them. So that's why we want to have those conversations.
And it's at St. Cloud, the city's gonna be in on those conversations
Yes.
with Orlando Health.
And that's what we're talking about, intermediary. Is that what I mentioned to the city manager and to you? If we have an intermediary with maybe Jason's group to do that for the transition. I like it. Don't mean to be the devil's advocate, but I am, because I look at the people that have health issues, or their kids have health issues, and that's the ones that are not for a healthy guy like Kobe that runs and goes to Augusta on Tuesdays and back on Thursday, but there's other people that are older that can't afford to go to Augusta. But in the same, I'm just jealous, that's why I just said that. But that's the only thing I'm looking at. If we can transition this, I would love it. And the savings is great, but you know, you say, hey, let's go, we're gonna save you a bunch of money. All you have to do is get a Kia Smart Card. You don't need to drive that truck anymore. We're gonna get you a little one, but just don't get in an accident, because you're gonna run over. But if you got a truck, you might be better at that. So that may be a bad analogy, but I don't want to suffer their insurance for our employees I want them to be able to drive that same truck and have that same service. And I know it's a bad analogy, but and I love the presentation. I think it's a good one. I'm not gonna say which way I'm gonna go with it, but I did have questions. I think you can answer them well. Last question is, you're the broker of this?
I am the city's employee benefits consultant
Okay.
since 2012.
And you'll continue that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I already feel better because you're still representing us.
Yes.
You're not selling us something and going to sell it to, there's another city that's not the safest city in Florida that's right down the road. So you're just for us,
Yes.
and that's cool. I yield back to you, Mayor. Those are the questions I had, and I may have a few more, but thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Paul.
Yes, how often are the claims denied?
Denied. So they are not denied any more than the Cigna claims as far as prior authorization. Is that what you're talking about, like an authorization? Or a claim that is just not paid?
Yeah, not paid.
There's none, zero.
Okay, so anything that the doctor sent to you guys, you have paid it all?
Yeah, and it's not me to clarify. It's the
I
claim
know,
doctor,
it's
but
not
yes.
you, but.
But yes, so
You should see your
what
briefcase.
happens is the doctor submits the claim, it's reviewed for accuracy, and then paid.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Ervin.
Are the patient advocates or whoever gets you hooked up with a doctor, are they subject to the HIPAA laws? Like, say if I get in a fight with Deputy Mayor Gilbert and he breaks my nose and I don't really want people to know about it.
He
I
went to
gotta see
Augusta, I
nose
didn't, he
doctor.
didn't invite me.
Are they subject
Yes,
to like
that would
HIPAA laws?
just, it would be between you two.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor had some really good points about this. I do understand this is gonna be a major, major transition and an education campaign, for all of the employees. What really made me feel better about this is that, to me, it's giving employees just more options, because they could still have the option of staying with a traditional health insurance plan if they choose, or they can, if they're a healthier guy, they could go to this and save some money on their paycheck. So I like that it offers options and savings. You can go either way with that.
All right. Any other comments?
One more.
Yes, sir.
Cigna is who we currently have.
Yes, sir.
And United Healthcare, I have with another company. And United Healthcare is normally a larger cost than Cigna. I mean, they're all very similar, but there's $800 for Tylenol, $600 for Cigna, $800 for United Health. Why United Health? Because Cigna says either all or none?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I
They-
needed.
they won't
And
work with that
understood.
plan.
No explanation needed, which is cool. They're both good. So the people that go to United Healthcare will see an increase of 12.4%, or if not, maybe more, and we're estimating right now. But Cigna's is gonna be how much
It
more?
was a 12.4% increase, and the premiums for the PPO under United are 10% for the
Okay,
employees.
thank you very much. Okay, those are, I'm just asking questions, and again, I think you did a great job.
you.
You'd like to offer that, it's like, do you want cheese pizza or cheese and pepperoni?
Yep.
Kinda, but you still get full, right? You get taken care of.
Now I'm
Okay.
hungry.
Unless you go to Bellaroma's, it's very expensive. But the best pizza joint in St. Cloud.
Are you getting paid to advertise?
No, I'm sorry, I'm hungry and late, can you tell?
No, and I know this is the second time you've come back and you've kind of, this is a different option, obviously,
Yeah,
a better
yeah.
option. than the last
They
time
did
you
some
presented,
homework,
so,
didn't they?
Yeah. City manager?
Thank you. I just wanted to let the council know that earlier today, I joined a conference call with the vice president from Claim Doc to discuss the process a little bit more. And I think one of the things that was probably clear during all of the briefings, but it was more clear after the meeting today to me, and I just wanted to make sure that the city council had the same understanding that I gained today. We don't have to have an agreement with each of the providers and the doctors. It actually potentially saves the city even more money, because when they enter into an agreement with the hospital, they typically agree to pay more than the 125% of Medicare. So what's important is that employees are working with the claim doc representative that's assigned to them when they need to use the doctor to make sure that they call and say who they're gonna go to, and we'll find out that that doctor already knows how to work with claim doc. It's like a pre-authorization. What already happens right now with the doctor's office and Cigna before we go, but this time the employee, instead of looking online, is potentially gonna be reaching out to the representative. So I just wanted to let the council know that it was a little more obvious to me today with that meeting with the vice president, so I hope I explained that right.
You did, and he, just to let the council know, he was a hospital executive, a CFO for many, many years, and moved over to help Claim Doc because they wanted to be provider-friendly versus their competitors that are in the market who have more of a, more animosity towards the hospitals. So it's more of a give and take, and it's a, I will do what I say I will do. He knows all of our hospitals within Central Florida, the same people that are making these decisions. And it's a prove it, and they've proved it. They've done what they said that they would do with these hospitals, and they're not saying, we won't work with Claim Doc.
So let's assume, so they can have an option, right, an employee?
Correct.
So if they go with Claim Doc, let's just assume they present their doctor to Claim Doc and Claim Doc says, or the doctor says no, right? They can't go and be covered under United Healthcare, right? They have to go with a doctor that will say yes to Claim Doc.
There's two things on that. So
that-
one, we're trying to get all of that information well before open enrollment begins in August. So the employee will know going into open enrollment if they already are seeing a doctor, whether or not that doctor is accepting the plan. The other piece I'll say is, what if they don't have a doctor or they have to go get a new doctor and that doctor says, no, I want 800% of Medicare and this plan won't pay me that, which is what really the discussion is behind the scenes with Claim Doc. There might be some sort of surgeon that's what they would like. And what can happen there is the employee is redirected to any of the other surgeons that don't want 800% or 1,000% of Medicare, or the employee can self-pay and continue going to that doctor and submit their claim to the plan for reimbursement up to the plan maximum. So if that doctor wanted $15,000 for the surgery, but Claim Doc's willing to pay up to $8,000, the employee could self-pay if they really wanted to go to that doctor. I haven't had any employees that have done that with my other clients. What we see is an employee maybe undergoing treatment over the summer, then forgets to nominate the provider, and we have to do some transition of care early in the plan year, and that's where I come in. There might be some things that we need to take care of early in the year and get that education back out.
Yeah, and I think that's what you guys were saying is if we had somebody on staff just to encourage these folks, hey, present your doctor to this program, so, you know, present this program to your doctor, see if they will accept it, right, early on before the enrollment. So, yeah, go ahead, Justin.
If I may add, if this is approved tonight, that's exactly what we're gonna do. And so we have benefit staff on our team. They're gonna work with Danielle, they're gonna work with Claim Doc. We are gonna have meetings with employees in this room. We're gonna have meetings with employees in their departments, out in the field, and talking about this. We'll be sending information home to their spouses, because sometimes spouses are the ones making those decisions. We intend to campaign, for lack of a better word, to make sure every employee understands what this plan is about, so they make a well-informed decision by the time it comes to August for open enrollment. They should know if they've submitted all their doctors, their pediatricians, their urgent cares, their labs, their chiropractors, their mental health counselors. They should know if this plan is gonna work for them or not.
All right, if their doctor accepts Cigna now, that's what they have now, right? That's what.
Correct.
But let's say they've got the option of Claim Doc or United Healthcare. What if the doctor doesn't accept either one of those two?
They all do.
They all do. United Healthcare, they do. Okay, so that option is there where they all do that.
It's a wider network than what we currently have with Cigna.
Okay, that's a
Yep.
safety net right there.
Yep, exactly.
And they'll know that before the enrollment.
Correct.
Perfect. Is that good?
May I have a question?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, you're up.
I'm so
Sorry, City
sorry.
Manager first, let's go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to share, actually, I'm going to prompt the question so that Danielle can share, because I asked it earlier today with the with the Vice President. So my question at the time was, if we don't enter into an agreement with HCA, for instance, say we get one with St. Cloud Hospital and we don't have one with HCA, or say we don't have one with either, but I know certain medical issues, you're going to be taken to HCA because, say, St. Cloud Hospital doesn't have that facility to care. But what happens if they don't have an agreement? And it was explaining that under an emergency situation, Danielle, that's the prompt for you.
Yes, I'll take that. So, under the No Surprises Act, it is, hospitals and providers are not allowed to balance bill members during emergency services. So that member does not have to think whether there's an agreement, what they're paying, they pay their copay, and they're done. Let's say the hospital, which I've only had 2 out of my 3 larger employers that are on this right now in our area. I've had 2 employees that the hospital did try to balance bill the plan. And Claim Doc is a co-fiduciary under the plan, so they take that risk from the city. They do all of the legal back and forth, and they come to a settlement, which is done by an arbiter.
Arbitrated.
Yes, that. And they decide what the fair amount is, and it's usually a lot closer to what Claim Doc was going to pay.
Deputy Mayor?
The following summary shows the status of physicians used by St. Cloud as of February 27, 2026. The report is a general overview of the access and care enjoyed by members of the plan and the numbers of providers for each category. Total unique providers are 377. Participating are 135. Got it. Justin, you know there's 377. To be proactive and offer this to our employees, I would like to contact the other 200 and some and say, listen, we're changing. You aboard or you're not? So we can provide that to our employees. And that's what you said you're gonna do, and that's what we said even if we had to hire somebody that's a care provider or a transitional provider, because we still have to. When I came to work here, I had United Healthcare, and I was blessed by the city. Is one of the benefits we have here in councils, we get health insurance. And I went to Cigna. And you know how many problems I had from changing from United to Cigna? 0. I would love to have the same if I transfer from Cigna to, what's it called, Docs?
Claim Doc.
You Doc, okay, Claim Docs. So if you can bridge that gap for us, Justin, with your department, even if we have to put additional staff on board, would council, would that please council?
Oh, before you even answer that, because while I would love additional hands helping us in our department, I believe already we're going to take that provider file of those 377 providers. Claim Doc is going to get that, and then they're going to start reaching out in addition. They are the ones that are going to be doing that. So you're not,
okay,
correct.
This is on record, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to get this service, and we don't have to cost the same money. Justin, I like you more than I did today than I did yesterday. And I always liked you. But that's a good thing. I yield back. I know how important, it's usually salary and then healthcare in any employment opportunity that you have in the real world, so.
And this is going to make it even more attractive.
Okay, well, thank you. Again, I'm asking the questions for us, and the mayor's allowed me to ask those questions, and I appreciate that, Mayor. I'm going to yield back to you, but it seems
You
like.
get to ask as many questions as I do.
I just looking for the employees. I'm just looking for them.
And I'm glad you're asking a lot of this. You have experience, especially with the hiring of many employees and going through all this, so. Okay.
So what's next, right?
Well, we need a motion.
Motion
If
to what?
everybody wants to move forward with this, if you're comfortable with it.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I know it's difficult, but thank you. And one thing this council will do, and Justin knows it, this presentation is under recording. We're gonna hold you to every bit of those words.
You can go have coffee now.
Do you?
Get some coffee before you leave.
Yeah. It'll probably only take an hour now if it's not middle of the day.
All right, and will the clerk please read item number 3?
Resolution number 2026-044R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, authorizing the termination of that certain agreement dated July 28, 2021, effective October 1, 2021, between the City of St. Cloud and Signet Healthcare Life Insurance Company, whose subject matter is administrative services only agreement and providing an effective date.
Good evening again, Justin Kleesner, Human Resources Director. This is a mere formality. So now that you've approved the prior agreement, we do need to terminate the contract with Cigna at the end of this current fiscal year.
All right, would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? With that, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
The only question I had, and I think it's answered, Justin, but if you could tell me that this is a separate agreement than the clinic that's provided for the staff, because I think that's one of the best benefits that the city of St. Cloud has, that we have a clinic.
Correct. The clinic will remain
Okay.
regardless, and that is a separate contract. It's not impacted by this decision.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I yield back.
Boy, you're putting a lot on Justin on this one. This is, you went all in on this one, Ken, so you better work. No, I think, I have faith that it's gonna work out. All right, and can I get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Gilbert. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
And Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. I'm sorry, excuse me, 4-0.
Justin, thank you very much. I appreciate your hard work, I really do.
All right, and will the
And
clerk
we appreciate
please-
your support. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Justin. Will the clerk please read item number 4?
Resolution number 2026-051R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, creates a process to allow for individual council members to provide direct funds to purchase tables and events and select organizations that directly benefit the citizens of St. Cloud.
Good evening, Mayor.
I looked over for you.
City-
and I'm
Yes.
like, oh, I guess Scott
Yeah,
left the
now I
room.
moved
Nope,
over
you're
this
there.
side. Yes, sir. Scott Davidoff, Deputy City Manager. Well, what you have before you tonight is something that this council has talked about for a very long time, over the course of probably 2 years now, that's had some changes and some modifications. So what staff has presented here is all of the feedback and the comments that we have put together into this policy. And what it does is it creates 2 separate categories under community empowerment funds. The 2 categories that the city council had directed staff to come up with was for event tables. So this is for when city council members are asked to want to attend an event that has a table that is outside of what is already in the budget. As you know, we've sent out to city council members for those events for the budget, and these are for those other ones that come up throughout the course of the year. So that would be $5,000 for each city council member, and then there are certain qualifications that these organizations would be required to meet, provide certain documentation, again, all the things that city council has asked for previously. And then the second category of that is for community organizations. So this is no longer limited to a specific event. It could be used for that purpose, but it's also just for an organization purpose. And for this, each city council member would have $10,000 with a maximum of $1,500 allocated to any single organization per fiscal year. And again, there's a number of requirements that city council has asked for. Some of the other areas, for example, being nonprofits, that they have been in, that the organization has existed for a certain amount of time, as well as providing documentation post-event, or if it's for an organization, it would be documentation that they have to provide to the city council at the end of before the end of the fiscal year. So I know there's a lot of information. We had sent this out ahead of time, so I'm here to answer any questions, as we assume there'll probably be a number of those or some changes.
All right, I'm going to ask audience, if anyone in the audience has any comments on this first. With that, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Thank you for putting this together. Two things. You said 1,500 per table per event.
It's 5,000 for the tables.
It's 5,000 in a tent, but you can only use 1,500 of the 5,000 for event.
Two separate categories.
So I can say I'm putting $5,000 to this one table.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Second thing is, I would like stipulations in that, is that each table that is purchased by the council has a council member plus one to that as the introductory. And then if those aren't used, then it goes to city and city management for representation. I don't want to book a table and bring my buddies.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the language that exists in there now. The way it's written is it says, purchase tables shall be for city council member plus one guest, and then be open to all other city council members. If seats are left open, they shall be made available to other city staff members according to the city's standard operating procedure, which is the same way we do it now, where it kind of moves down the line.
Perfect, I don't want to change, I'm sorry, I would not want to see that changed on my position. And then the events, there's $10,000 events. Is there a limit on how much per event?
For the organizations, it was the $1,500 per organization that city council had directed previously.
That's what we directed as.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I got some timers, so if that's what we did, that's fine. But I just didn't know, because
Yes, sir.
some of these tables are a little bit more expensive.
Right, and that's why
So
the
council, even though
difference.
we can't talk, we might sponsor half a table and then half a table or something like that, I don't know. But thank you for that, and thank you for following up with this. I think this is a pretty good structure. But I yield back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, but the one comment I had on what you said, is it only the sponsoring member that gets a seat plus a guest, or is it council members? Because that's, the way it's been before is, they ask, is it you and a guest for each council member on all of these tables? So I know Councilmember Gilbert, or Deputy Mayor Gilbert, oftentimes will bring his wife or.
Yes.
But this, if another council member does it, you don't bring a plus one. That's different than what we've had in the past.
What we have in the past, so for example, many of the events, it's typically 8 at a table there. So we know we have 5 council members. If everybody came plus one, that's 10. There's not enough room at that point. So the way that our policy has always worked is it's on a first come, first served basis. So as the policy is now, Sandra will send something out, ask who's bringing a guest, and then it kind of goes based on who responds.
But that's not how it reads in here. So
Right.
we need to clean that up. And I appreciate all of this. I think it's, I'm going to be working some of this out of this and saying it out loud here. 'Cause I think it's a little stringent. I think it's creating a lot of work on staff that really doesn't need to. We're a self-governing board. We're all grown-ups here. We know what a nonprofit is and what's not. One thing, I don't think we need a nonprofit to be open for 3 years. Maybe in procurement, maybe all of that. That's not what we're talking about here. This is council. And I appreciate all of that. I think we just kind of took a lot of that language from procurement and threw it in here. But this is not that type of a grant program. And I will 100% say I will not give any of my money to any of the nonprofits that, other than maybe the St. Cloud Citizens Foundation, which is the city, obviously, but I think they've got enough money in there. I don't really think they need any. Yeah, so I can even say that. But I operate a C-19, which is a veterans organization, which is, I believe, the American Legion and the VFW. So under this, they don't qualify for anything, and they are a nonprofit. So if we can add C-19s in there as well, being that we are Soldier City and they focus on a lot of our veterans, it's a veteran organization, but we're going to say they don't qualify. I think we add C-19s in there as well. I have a problem with C-4s because they can get into politics. So we need to really look into the C-4s. And I know it says they can't be, but they are not necessarily, they can get into the politics.
We'll trust
I
you.
believe that there's some activity that can.
Bless you.
So no C4, add C19.
Well, look into the C4. As long, I know it does say they shall be nonpartisan, non-religious, non-political, even if it's just the activity that they're doing is not political or non-religious, I think if the organization does any of that, they don't qualify, right?
Right, that's correct.
I mean, that's the intent.
Yes. So the way that's written, the organization has to meet all of the applicable items on that list. So even if it's organized where it can be a political-based function, it still would be prohibited because the organization shall not be shall be non-political.
On 2.6 is where you're reading from.
Yeah, I'm just looking online. Are you looking at the C4s?
Yeah.
Let me see what. It was, because I remember I've seen a C4 where they kind of dipped their toes into the politics and they were allowed to. I'm sorry, I know, I don't really want to get hung up on this one, but,
That's a good point, though.
we definitely don't want to get involved in that. I want to take away the 3 years. I don't care if a nonprofit starts up today and they start a soccer program and they need some funds, $300 or something, we should be able to give that out. And I jumped the gun and started talking, but Councilmember Paul hit her light earlier, and I am so sorry.
Yeah, so one of the, under the Community Empowerment Fund tables, it indicated shall be based in or directly serving St. Cloud. So how do you handle that, like being that I was selected for an award, the organization who nominated me is not in St. Cloud, so.
And again, I think the mayor really hit it on the head, because the way that this is written is that each city council member is making that determination that it fits within that policy. So if I think that can be argued a lot of different ways. That's really gonna be something that's up to each individual council member at that point.
If I may comment, Ms. Paul, is that it is part of the city because you're part of the team and you're being awarded, so that becomes a city function.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear, because
Yes.
and here it says what it says, so I just wanted to.
My interpretation is you're being awarded something, you represent the city, so then the city is represented.
Right, that would be serving the city of St. Cloud.
That's that's my understanding, unless Dan's got something different, but.
And this was really written kind of following the rules of conduct where council is the judge of council. So it was really written for council, you, to be making the decisions about your funds, and we're just the check writer.
Right.
Yeah, you took everything, what we talked about last meeting, matched up with the way the grants.
Right, and previous meetings on some of the other conversations from all the previous notes.
So if you as the council member think that it applies to the rules, you get to make that decision. That's not up to us. That is as it was written.
Correct.
We govern each other up here.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
at the end of the day.
Okay, and I also, under advertising, I want to take out the, I understand if we use the logo on the flyer, we talked about having sponsored by council member and city of St. Cloud. The text can be removed, because I don't ever want to be classified as being self-serving on a flyer, so that can be taken out, because I don't have to have a picture, or I don't have to have none of that text on there. So if it has the logo, I know it represents all of us up here, so.
So no text at all?
No
is-
text
is
at
what
all.
you're stating, just the city logo on there?
Yes.
Okay. Is that all you had on there, Councilmember Paul?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go through the list and I'm trying to simplify it, because this is, with the request that Councilmember Paul, made for a few events, we need to, while I agree with him, we need to have parameters, and this was kind of the result of that, and I appreciate all the work you guys did on this. So, of course, we're gonna allow that table, because it doesn't have about the table. We're good on that, right, for her request?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, as long as that's, Because I'm looking at, because there's different rules for each one. That's why I'm looking at them.
It's very, very similar. It's the tables just because.
I would like
some
to
of it's
strike
not.
out the existence for 3 years. I don't
Perfect.
really think that's
Go ahead.
applicable. I understand for like a pattern of good behavior with some of these, but some of these, I think the council members can use their best discretion on that. Add the C-19s in there. But I would never, I operate a C-19, I will never give $1 from mine to that. All right, and we're talking about the first set of rules under the.
Under the tables.
Section 1. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Should be talking about that. Okay, this one shall be eligible for one community empowerment fund table request per year. That's fine. That's the organization, right?
Yes,
Talking
sir.
about the organization.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if they didn't request it and we just went ahead and purchased it, they can't request it. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right.
say there's a table that say Boy Scouts or another organization, and they didn't request it, and we just did it, they can't request it. The intent is one purchase per organization, one table purchase per
Correct,
year.
because the only other way there would be something would be if it was already in the budget for an organization. And so there's language,
Well, I don't know.
on the other
I
side.
don't think you understand. What I'm saying is, so say there's an organization that I feel that I would like to support in a community, but they didn't make a request to me. I'm taking the approach and saying, I think that's something that we should be a part of and have a seat at the table. And so say we purchase a table, say it's $1,000, right?
correct.
That, I guess the language reads, it says shall be eligible for a table request per organization
Well,
per year.
it's one table, because
One
the
table,
request
yeah,
is from, the request is actually from the city council member.
The council member.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. That's what I was saying. So
Yes.
before I said the organization, but it's the
Correct.
actual, the city council member.
Yes.
Perfect.
The requester is the city council member.
Again, the other stuff about 45 days in advance, all of that stuff, the IRS termination letter, I think we can determine that ourselves.
Well, the 45 days was just for, sometimes organizations take a very long time to get that information to you. And for us to be able to
I don't think we need
cut the
you.
check,
I don't think we need, because I can tell you how they handle it at the county. I purchase a table, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chowdhury purchases a table from an organization every 3 months. I call her up, she says yes, they call within an hour, they read over the card, and I'm not opposed to the P card being used and then put in a request for it to be funded out of that, whatever, the $10,000 or the $5,000. We gotta simplify this. This is creating too much staff work, I think, and too much red tape. I don't think that's the intent. At 45 days, if I've got a soccer team, a St. Cloud soccer team, which, if y'all remember, before I got elected, they were reaching out to me, and they needed $350 or something. And if they contact me and says, hey, next week, we need some assistance, we're going to state, we're going out to Texas, that's an actual thing, is what they did. Can you help us out? I want to immediately say, yes, here you go, done.
the intent is that processing time to cut a check, because we have to put them into the system for them to be a vendor. So we have to have the W-9, and we have to have them fill out that vendor form. And sometimes just that physical process takes a bit of time. And so if we're requiring that information, if it's a nonprofit, we have to have all that information. We can change that to whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's just more so that the organization doesn't expect that if they come to
I
you
think we
on
just put
Wednesday
in-
and say, we need a check on Thursday.
But no, I say we put in, prior to them receiving any funds, they need to have that W-9 in, which is what, I've had to do with St. Cloud Hospital for the St. Cloud Citizens Foundation, the Veterans Council, and other things, so. I
Right,
think
and
that's.
that's on the
that
actual
right there,
application
No matter if
itself.
it takes, whether it takes a day, a week, a year, if they don't have that W-9 in as a vendor, then they don't get funds.
Sure, we can
So
certainly
we
remove
put the
that, yes,
time
sir.
clock on them, not on us.
Yes, sir.
So we can scratch out all of 1.3. That's, other than the W-9, we can just put in a W-9 is required in order to receive any payments.
So you don't want them to provide an IRS determination letter?
We can find out if they're nonprofit. I can go on the IRS and search it
Well,
myself.
but Mayor, if I may on that, if you're gonna establish a policy where city funds are gonna go out to private organizations, that if one of the thresholds for it is not-for-profit,
Yeah.
I think you're gonna need something in the record.
From an audit
So that
perspective.
the auditor doesn't look back and go, so what are you doing? What can we look out to see to verify that all this money went to not-for-profits?
Yeah.
So just.
And I'm just going off my experience for 3 years with the count of the
But I
Osceola
understand the
County.
county has a
Yeah.
different process of doing it. They just allow each one of their commissioners to have a set amount of money that they're able to use for basically whatever purposes they want. That's what I understand, but.
I'm just trying to cut
I'm-
red tape
I'm a
out,
little-
yeah,
I
so
just
we're
a
not
little-
delayed,
when-
and if they've
oh,
got
I
to
agree
wait
100%.
on our staff.
And I do also think that you probably don't need even a reference to all the different 501 organizations. They're either a not-for-profit as registered for the IRS, or they're not, right? So there are.
Except there was that one that gets into the political
Well,
stuff.
no, if you look at it, and I did look it up.
Yeah.
501c3s, which is probably the most traditional not-for-profit anybody ever sees, and 501c4s are both allowed to do, permitted to do political activities. 501c3s are much more limited as to what they can do, and the 501c4s are unlimited. So, but there also are a lot of organizations that go for 501c4 registration, right? Like that out there. Reason why I'm saying you can remove it, if you keep the language in there that says they're not gonna be organizations that participate in political activity, it doesn't matter how they're registered. That's the threshold, right? So if they are an organization that participates in political activity, they are excluded from this under your policy if you keep that in there.
Yeah, and I showed you that one, obviously, and it was a C4, and they've come out and they actually endorse candidates. And we don't want to be giving money for endorsing candidates.
I looked up, when you brought it up, I looked up some of the, I was
Yeah.
surprised to see some of the entities that are listed on the C4, and I can tell you that at least 3 or 4 of them I've gotten mailers from for political candidates, but when I just looked up, so apparently under a C4, and I don't know this, I'm learning it along too, C4, there's unlimited, it allows for unlimited political activity by a C4 organization, the IRS does.
Well, can't we just exclude C4s from that?
Well, but they
Because
also,
we can't-
but there are other organizations that don't participate in political activity that are registered as C4s, like homeowners associations. So there are.
I don't want to give money to a homeowners association.
It was my example.
And Mayor, if it may help with this too, this isn't necessarily an organization coming to you. This is, if an
It's us,
organization were to come to you, it's the individual council member doing your own due diligence, understanding what the city attorney just said, that you're taking a look. If it is something of that nature, you're under no obligation whatsoever for any of these to provide this funding to them. This is up to you as an individual council members to make that determination on, is this an organization that you're willing to support with this funding?
Okay. Yeah, we just have to take a deep dive every time we do, if we do. Do you have anything else on that, City Attorney?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, that's fine. How long would it take to get an IRS determination letter? Typically, those are uploaded.
Yeah, the organization would provide it. I mean, we have to do that now for anybody who's
Okay, I just
renting a
don't want a
facility.
long delay,
Right.
obviously, that's.
Those
I
are
just
all
think
things
45 days was a little
Yeah,
extreme.
we can certainly.
They gotta put a request in 45 days prior to, they may not even know that they won a state tournament, then we wanna
Right.
help them out.
Sure,
And
we can
I say
we can
state
certainly
tournament
remove that.
just 'cause that's
Right, no,
that's come up.
understood. We can certainly remove that.
And if you
the
remember,
timeframe.
that was one where I think that the grants were already put out, I think. Remember, there was limited money left. It was prior to me being elected.
Yes.
And I called around.
Yep.
Yeah. I was harassing y'all before I even got here. W9, obviously, that's a no-brainer, vendor form. Eligible prior to submitting community, yeah.
So 1.3 stays just with us striking the minimum of the 45 days.
Yeah, just-
A
Right, I
request
think
must
it
be
would-
made in advance.
Right, I think it would just read
be
then.
prior to receiving funds, the determination letter and the W-9, those, right?
Right, we could remove, I think it may fit where requests must be submitted to the executive assistant via Community Empowerment Fund, and then it takes out that entire section about the time frame there. It's just, here's
They gotta do
who
the
it has
vendor-
to be
Vendor
submitted
form
to.
W-9 determination letter.
Well, and the event flyer.
But what if it's not an event?
Well, this is for the tables.
This is the, okay.
The-
you're right.
this is
And
for
if
the
they've
table
got a
section.
Yeah, if there's a
Right.
table, they've got a flyer. That's fine. So certify this event hosting meets all those, purchase tables. This is the one, the plus one guest, and then be open to all of the council members. Plus one guest, I think that's the,
This is for whoever the sponsoring council member is automatically getting themselves plus one guest. And then it's available for
You
the
see
other
what I
council
was
members.
referring to.
100%.
Okay.
100%. It's a city council. If there's 8, there's 8.
Yeah.
If there's 10, there's 10.
And we never go to the same thing. I mean, typically you'll have me and Colby and Ken, and he'll bring a guest, and maybe I will, and Colby sometimes. We're pretty fair with each other on how that
Yes.
goes. But before it gets offered to staff, I think we should have the option of bringing guests as well.
Oh, always.
That's
That's the process that it is now. It's going to follow the exact same process. The only difference is that whoever the sponsoring council member is will have that first opportunity to bring the one guest.
And the only reason I guess we request that is they're normally at night on Saturdays and
Yeah.
Sundays, and we try to keep our
Absolutely.
relationships together.
He gets yelled at.
Try.
Just kidding. The city shall not advertise for events. That's essentially saying the city's not having to advertise. We can push it out there and say, hey, we support this with this.
100%,
With our
yes, sir.
funds, yeah. Just the city is not pushing it out there.
Correct,
Committee.
for the tables, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's fine. Receipt of funds is not exempt from adherence to all codes? What's a code?
City codes.
I know what that means.
It's a
Just-
cocoa.
I knew it was a typo. All right. Yeah, that's fine. All right, section 2. I assume most of it's about the same stuff. Each commerce shall be entitled to okay, a maximum 1,500 to any single organization. Now, is that one council, what if I chose $1,500 to an organization? Is that saying that another council member can't?
That's correct.
Okay, are we specific on that?
That's why it says a maximum of 1,500 can be allocated to any single organization per fiscal year.
Can we discuss
Well,
that, Mayor?
Yes, sir, go ahead. Yep.
There may be causes that you and I both support. And the tables may be
Well,
$2,500.
Okay.
I'm just, I don't have the answer.
That number just came from what the council had
Yeah,
provided
we-
before,
Thank
so.
you. And thank you, Scott. I mean,
And I agree, we don't want to sit 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, and all of a sudden we got 8, 9 grand or
Right,
whatever between
right.
everybody.
Well, that might put a parameter on everything.
I
we
think
can do.
I think you put the parameter at maximum per council member, maximum 2,000 per organization. Is that fair? If that's the
Whatever we tell this organization, Mayor, is that this is what our maximum is to offer as a council person. But I agree.
Here's the deal. At the end of the day, this is stuff that occurs without
Again?
individual votes again. If a situation like that occurs, we can vote as a council
Absolutely.
at a council meeting,
I
because
was-
we're
yeah,
putting these rules on ourselves.
Veronica put her
We can
light
take
on
the
because we were
rules
both
back
going
on
to say
ourselves.
that.
Veronica's ready to answer.
I'll also
I
remind
was
you.
watching-
I had my light on, like, you guys just like.
It's like the council code of conduct, all that stuff
Exactly.
as a whole, we can.
Right,
do.
I'll also remind you, you are adopting, you're doing it by resolution, but it's a policy.
Yeah.
So a month into it, if you think it's not working, because we can put it right back and we can change it, right? So and since it's, some of these things, you have to kind of get started on them and tweak them and see, is it
Right.
really doing what we thought it was going to do?
You can always, just like we've been doing with the proclamations, where something might not quite fit the policy, a council member brings it up during their time, just because they want to get it on the record, and you guys could all say, I'm all giving $1,500.
I mean, if
You
Ken
know?
donates to Save the Unicorns, I mean, it's,
How'd you know?
we may have an issue with that. All right. The one thing I did see, or does it say receive funding from one council member per year? That is funding from the 10 grand, right?
Yes, sir.
I think up to that 1,500. So what if we say you get, because I think number 2.2 kind of is enough. Because what if they come to me and say, hey, I need $300, and then next time they, a couple months down the road, can you get us $200? Well, now they're only, $700. Didn't I say 500? It's 200. It's getting late.
You said 3 and 2.
I was trying to think, did I say that?
So what you're saying is that the organization is a grand total of
1,500
1,500.
Right.
I think that covers
And it
it.
could be
Two
200,
occurrences.
whatever.
Yeah, we can do it
pull
in
that.
different.
Certainly, we
yeah.
can pull that out.
But that also, here's the other concern, 2.5. Organizations that currently benefit from St. Cloud budget appropriation, including other direct funding, grant assistance, so we assist the Council on Aging. Say there's something that I want to support at the Council on Aging. Well, we already give them funds, but not for, maybe there's some other kind of initiative. Meals on Wheels, I don't know if do we give money to Meals on Wheels?
CDBG funds,
Have gone there.
they've gone there, they've also gone for the van.
We bought a refrigerated truck for them.
In the past,
In the
right.
past.
We can take that out. if
Right,
you-
yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like, there may be something that,
Because they've got so many programs, they've got the medical, they've got the elder care, they've got the food pantry, they've got Meals on Wheels, you're right, they do have a lot.
Certainly. 2.5 out.
Okay, perfect.
I think the 1,500 really protects what's in the best interest of taxpayers. We're not sitting here just doling out to one organization, over
Right.
1,500.
And all of this
It
again.
spreads it out.
Right, and
to
all
the
this again goes away from providing waivers. This way you're able to provide the actual funding because, one of the challenges when the city council provides waivers to an organization is that city department, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Police, Fire, whatever it is, those departments are out that revenue now and having to pay for those expenses. This way that revenue is actually going to that department.
Yeah, I understand. This is the same language aligned
Right.
with this.
2.7, we would remove that 45 days.
Yeah, I would take out the 3 years of the 2.6.
Yep.
As well. Keep the rest of it. Request shall be submitted 45 days. Yeah, you're already down to 2.7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think we need a copy of their annual budget. I don't even need, an after-action report. I don't know.
Those were all things that council had asked previously
Yeah,
for.
I think we give at least report on anything that we get out. I think it's great to tell people, hey, this is where, that we've allotted taxpayer dollars.
If you're going to a gig, you're gonna know if it's worth it by the time you leave the gig.
So so I've got it here. So you want to remove the annual report, the tax return, and the budget.
Yeah, I think a determination letter, I'm fine with articles of incorporation as well, having that in there. A W-9 and a vendor form are really all that matters to.
And then the 2.9 then you wanted to remove as well, where the post.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. I think, I'll definitely let everybody know we're,
Well, that
what I
eliminates, if
support.
we're giving $1,500, they gotta give us a report, then they have to hire a company, then they're spending $300 on a report.
And what's the recourse if they don't give it to us in a certain amount of time? And what's the,
It would be that they wouldn't be eligible for future funding.
Right.
That's
but-
it. So
yeah.
It's not enough money to do that. If we're giving corporations 50,000 or whatever, I think we're different.
You guys on the TDC, you require the report? And
Yes.
I turn it in at 11:59 on day 45.
But we do require the report.
Right.
do.
A lot of
But it
this
is
was.
a portion of the
Right.
thing.
And some of this was pulled directly from the requirements of TDC as well.
But it takes EK, I'll tell you, they spend a lot of time encouraging us, hey, get it in, get it in. So there's a lot of just,
Right, I agree.
all right, does not exempt from adherence, so, okay. Oh, got that right, city codes on that one. Advertising.
This is the Mary Emma section.
Geez, Mary Emma, she's not here anymore. Like, this whole digital post shall be shared for up to 2 months. I know she's working in the best interest of the city, trying to put all that in there. She'll yell at me tomorrow, I'm sure, for even.
We just wanted to be consistent with everything else that's done,
Right.
and to make sure that organizations and council members have some clear expectations on what that is.
Okay. City logo, as well as text sponsored by council member. I'm good all with that.
Yeah,
The city
this
of
is all the
St. Cloud.
brand standards that we have for everything that the city does.
And
We
they
just
were
wanted to
approved
make
by the
sure-
city
You
council.
you brought that up, but you were saying that's just not important, right? That's
Yeah,
all you
it's
were
not
saying.
important,
I'm
so-
okay with that, if that's what we're doing. That doesn't,
Am I wrong, Councilwoman Paul? You said it's not important that your name isn't attached to it, but.
I mean, the logo is there, but.
Were you okay with that?
Yes, I'm
Okay, me
okay
too,
with the
okay.
logo.
Yeah.
I was just referring to, a comment that was made, well, matter of fact, the email that was made about me being self-serving on a flyer, and that's not important to me.
Good.
So I'm
Perfect.
just,
So
I care
logo's
about
cool?
supporting who's serving our community. That's what I care about,
Perfect.
so.
okay. So are you guys saying you want to take out that part?
Well, just the logo's fine, just not what individual has sponsored the event, because
Perfect.
we're a team.
Right.
Then we're going to take that off.
So it
on
would just
both
be
of
city
those.
logo must be utilized.
That's perfect. That really simplifies it, and, Councilmember Paul, I wouldn't worry about what anybody says on Facebook.
And this wasn't Facebook, so.
And then that
'Cause
changes the
I
third.
know you were doing it out of the goodness of your heart, like you're really trying to do something. And this is, we just know we need to set parameters when we do things. And that's I think that was the whole intent of this. Logo shall use and meet city branding guidelines. That means this lapel pin. I know Mary Emma does not like this.
They're looking good, though.
I gave one to her as a gift in her office. She's got it with her challenge coins. Oh, you got it too.
I'm sorry, well, I got.
Logo shall use meet all branding guidelines. Marketing materials for the event shall include city logo, if any of the approved formats. But we're not gonna have that, the sponsored and all that.
Nope.
We can just take out. I don't care about marketing. I think we'd be putting it out there anyway if it's, in some organizations. I think it's important that we put it out there that the city of St. Cloud does sponsor it, but I don't think that they need to be. I think they need to put us on as a sponsor if time permits, right? We want to encourage that.
So we're not
But-
making
but-
it a
Right,
requirement?
but if it's something like a soccer league, we want them to, obviously, we want them to come out and thank us for helping them.
Well, they may not have any advertising with it.
That's it.
So this is only if they're doing.
If they do.
Right,
Okay,
this
and
is
maybe
only
we
if
add
they're
that
doing print
language,
advertising.
If, if they can.
And the timing was a really good point, because you have to give your logo very early when you're sponsoring an event to get on the marketing materials.
Right, I know. Well, with
Just do it, you
the,
just do.
like with Rotary and what we were doing with the Chisum Park with the boat trailers and all that, that's one of the things. I said, look, we can't put your logo on there at this time, but you guys can hang your banner. We don't have the time to, it's too late to add the city logo to their stuff. When desired by the event organizer, marketing materials may include a photo of the spot. We don't need that line. You see which one I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. City will provide official photo of the county, so we can take out that whole.
Right.
Per city's brand standard, no alteration be made to city logo. That's perfect. Gotta keep that. And there must be clear, okay, that's a Mary Emma protecting the logo, which I appreciate. Draft printed and digital content shall be sent to the city's communications department for review to ensure brand compliance prior. If time permits, obviously, if they're putting the logo on there, just don't change our logo, right?
We have to give permission for people to use our logo. So that's
Right.
that's being consistent with
Right,
that.
and you would be surprised, some people who use our logo, it's.
Here she goes.
Oh, no.
It can be pretty bad sometimes from some organizations.
Mary Emma, you want to come on
She
down?
works in our office.
I knew it. Aren't you supposed to be home by now?
And this is, again, this is all content that city council has previously approved. We just wanted to put it in here so that anybody from an organization would be able to see it as well.
Okay. So if they, and that is just the logo? So say they want to put something on, so, just making sure you're not, gonna make threatening motions to me. I'm afraid to talk now. No, so say I sponsored, like the soccer team, I'll just keep going to that. They can put a post out and say, thank you, City of St. Cloud, with the logo that's already on our website, right? I mean, we encourage that, as long as we don't want them changing anything.
They can't copy and paste it from the website because that changes the branding.
Okay. Mariam, you want to maybe clarify? Maybe I'm just overthinking it?
No, we're not overthinking it, but what I think they're thinking, Mayor, is that they use us and put it on the top thing. The City of St. Cloud sponsors da-da-da event, please come, and they think it's sponsored by us instead.
Well, it's not our event.
I know,
It is sponsored by us.
but it could be, they could use that as a marketing advertisement. It's the City of St. Cloud event.
And that's
is
okay.
what I'm thinking of.
That's okay.
All right, good.
The
Yeah,
big
we want that.
concern.
We're good, okay.
Right, the big concern is that they take our logo, they somehow modify our logo.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And people, through good intentions,
If anybody's going to
sometimes-
modify that logo, it's going to be us.
through good intentions, sometimes people just don't
That's
do
a
it the
joke,
right
yes.
way. Is all it is, and we see it often, and
Yes, sir.
Mary Emma or Dan have to get a hold of those people.
All right.
Me and Colby both have these things on, so you can't just attack me on that. These were a gift from our admin. All right. I think I'm pretty good with everything else, if everybody else is good. Digital post for event, yeah, we've already approved by resolution. All right, are we good?
Did we remove the C4s? Because I did Google that. and it
Yes,
says-
we're gonna change that, we're gonna take all of that out and put in there, shall be a registered not-for-profit organization.
Okay.
Okay.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
And then you
Again,
have
if
your
we-
other catch-all
But if
If
below
we
that.
feel that becomes an issue, we can always put it back, we always deal with it, put it back in.
you saw what I saw.
Yeah, it says it can lobby for political candidates or legislative efforts, so that's like.
So it's gone.
Pretty broad.
Yep.
It's gone.
And not that we would do that intentionally, I know none of y'all would, but if we inadvertently did it, and then all of a sudden somebody says, hey, wait a minute, these people were out there advocating for a candidate, and the City of St. Cloud gave money to them, how's that work?
Mhm.
All right. Did we already ask for any comments from the public?
Yep.
All right, and can I get a motion on everything we've discussed?
Motion on everything the mayor discussed.
Okay.
Approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, Scott. Sorry about that.
No,
Thank
hey,
you, Mary Emma.
I think
We
this
just
is-
wanted to see you in council tonight.
This is a great thing for the council,
You drove
because
all the
now
way here
hopefully
from
that
home?
will help eliminate
My
some of the
gosh.
requests you get nonstop.
So every time I reference your name in council, you're just gonna appear.
Right.
Wow.
And the genie.
Watching behind the scenes there.
I'm afraid to mention her name. All right, we are wrapping this up with first readings introduction, and we have one. So first readings introduction, next items on the agenda for ordinances before the council for first reading and introduction. For the sole purpose of council authorizing the publication of the ordinance for a final hearing, the council will not take final action on the items tonight. Full presentations and public input on the ordinances will occur at the final hearing, at which the council will consider final action. Will the clerk please read first reading, introduction, number 1?
First reading introduction for ordinance number 2026-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending City of St. Cloud Code, Chapter 8, Animals, Section 8-7, exemptions for non-for-profit, youth or special needs adult organizations, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, publication, and effective date.
Anybody presenting on that one?
No, but just first reading and introduction.
Just first reading, that's right. And can I get a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, City Attorney.
I do not have anything, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Yes, sir. City Manager.
I'm sorry, I have several things. First, great news, if anybody has driven down 10th Street, you will see that our former power plant is substantially complete. I think they've been putting in sod. Doesn't look like all the sod's in yet, but very excited that we're moving into the next monitoring phase here soon. The city council had previously asked recently for staff to work on a scope for the potential of a P3 on that property once it's done with its compliance period. And with the fact that the city council this evening entered into a contract with Goldman York for economic development, I'd like to ask that we task them with finding the best use for that property. They would have the contacts in order to bring us, I think, what you're looking for. That's
Okay, so putting that in the first
Task
agreement,
authors,
so
yes.
saying the task authorization.
a task authorization for that.
But will we be voting on that, or we're already off to the races?
As long as it's within my
Authority.
you tell me direction, this is what you want, you give me consensus, we have it in the budget, I issue with the procurement department. We get them to write it as a scope, we go ahead, we do a task authorization and issue a PO.
Okay, yes, because we just voted on their agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was great. They stayed long after their agreement
did.
was voted on, and they live, of course, not in St. Cloud, which is nice, you know. Not too far, but I was impressed that they hung around for a while. They were probably shocked that our meeting went on and on and on. And they're like, when is he gonna take a break?
Yeah, and they didn't know I have two items to potentially give them work, so that
I know.
I
And
wish.
they probably wanted to say hi or something, you know, and then they were like, okay, these guys gonna go for 4 hours, but, all right.
So it looked like there was consensus on that? Okay. And I have one more for them potentially. There, recently, there's directly west of the city limits on 192, north and south of 192, there's some vacant property that recently had gone through the pre-application meeting for some commercial development, and then nothing happened. Staff reached out to them this week to find out, what was happening, and they said that they were having an issue bringing in a high-end users for the property, concerns about the processes, differences between the city and the county. I'd like to ask the city council if we could task Goldman York on that also. That is the missing piece for us to be able to annex all the way to Hobby Lobby.
I agree with that. It used to be a Henry Yates property. You've probably seen wash machines and dryers and all that on the right side of the road. If you'd see him going on 192 to the turnpike, that was his property. It's been sold. They've done nothing with it. I think that's a great task, and it's a great commercial property, ability for the commercial property.
You're talking about that little white building back there?
Yeah, remember it's back at it right before Hobby Lobby. They used to have washer dryers. It was a mess.
So that was my karate dojo I took class in.
Oh, okay. In the wash machine?
Yeah, in there. No, that house. So I started off at the Civic Center. Actually, the Highlanders were in that karate class as well. And I started at the Civic Center and then went out there when I was like 7, 8 years old.
Wow.
That was the dojo.
So
That was just a few years ago.
So I think I had consensus on that too. Perfect. We're in the process of resurfacing our pool, and there's people who have annual passes. So just to be fair, I would like to extend those annual passes by however many weeks the pool ends up being closed, because they did pay for a full year.
If you pay for a year and they close the facility down, you should extend that to a full year of their payment. So that's just being fair of any business.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Ken's got a pool. They can use his pool for the next month.
I've been training.
I was going to introduce, but you saw him this evening, our new Community Development Director, Mr. Ball. We're very
Jeff,
happy
hiding in
that
the
he's
corner
here.
over there. Thanks, sir. You go by Jeff or Jeffrey? It doesn't matter. That's good, okay.
Just not late for dinner.
And I'd also like to share, although she left early, I don't think she's here, he has already promoted Ms. Tisha Manning to be Deputy Director of
She was
Community
here.
Development. So, very happy.
Jeff, you're no longer the only Jeff. You are the coop. There can only be one coop.
I'd like to share that we won the gold level healthy workplace designation for the second time. We previously, I think, were the silver level, then gold last year and gold again, so we're very happy about that. And my last item, this is a draft letter. As the city council knows, we had a workshop talking about the MSTU in Kings Crest, Canebrake, and Woods at Kings Crest. We had a community meeting with those residents, and they would like the city council to please reconsider and allow us to do a special assessment for the services that used to be covered by the county's MSTU BU, Kings Crest. That was, the council had already agreed to do that for the streetlights, but this would be adding in Kings Crest the landscaping entry features, in Canebrake the landscaping, and at Woods at Kings Crest the landscaping also. They don't have HOAs, and so they asked, and we met with them, a group of us with staff, and I told them that I would come back and ask the city council. So in order to implement that, if the council would reconsider, we'd like to ensure that the majority of the people in each of the subdivisions would like that. So you can see there's a draft letter that's obviously a draft. We're still working it out. But we would have every property owner say if they were interested or not in that special assessment, and we would only proceed if more than 50% of those residents wanted that special assessment.
Okay, so at the end of the day, we'd be paying it, but they'd be paying us to pay it.
Correct.
That's all, they just want to put us in the middle, and that's okay. If we're already gonna be doing, what did you say,
Yes, we've taken over the ponds, and we had already agreed to do the streetlights, but we had not, the council had not agreed to do the landscaping and entry features, and they have asked, they requested that we reconsider, and they were okay. They said that with the county, they knew that they were paying an administration fee. They were okay paying that administration fee for us, so it would not cost the city anything. We would be reimbursed for our efforts.
I'm okay with that.
Again,
What do you guys-
conditioned
If
upon
they vote
if
to do it.
over 50% of the people agree to it.
I think that was 2.
Are we getting reimbursed for the ponds, or no? We were taking those over.
We're taking
having
the-
to foot that bill.
We're taking over the ponds because they were dedicated to the public, although I've already been having conversations, and the county did mow more often and charge them more for mowing more often. So at this point, we're doing it at our level of service and wouldn't charge. If they want us to do it to the same level as the county, we would need to charge for that additional.
And you could add that to the assessment that we're talking about for the other items.
Okay. Oh, now, we just talked about Chisum Estates. We're creating a district there,
No.
right?
No,
We're
they-
not, okay.
They have an HOA.
They have an HOA.
They have an HOA, and when we had the community meeting with Chisum Estates, the HOA representative was there. We had conversations with her. She knew that
They're gonna take
they're
over.
taking over their pond as well as
As
anything
long as our
else, and the
police chief gets the
streetlights.
alligator out of there personally.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
He gets to tase them.
Yeah. We'll have Andrew there with the camera.
That's not how you get a
can't
gator?
tase it,
How do you get a
it
gator?
won't
You ever
stick.
jumped on a gator?
It won't stick.
You bear hug it? Okay.
And
What-
so,
Do y'all have any comments on that? Deputy Mayor, are you good with that?
I just,
know
I just don't want to be a lost leader. I wanted to cover our costs, administration costs, totally, but I think the city manager told me that those administrative costs would be acceptable and they would be provided. So I'm good with
Okay.
that as long as it's not a lost leader. Because we may have more mayor as we annex it.
I was also asked by Kings Crest, their irrigation has been turned off, and they're asking if we would immediately turn the irrigation back on and back charge them with the streetlights if this doesn't proceed, because they said they haven't been able to irrigate their landscaping since October.
When you say back charge them for streetlights, but what about for the irrigation?
Well,
We're gonna start charging them now for the irrigation?
that's what they asked, if we could please, because we had already said that we would back charge them for the streetlights,
Okay.
and they're saying,
That's already gonna
if
happen.
this doesn't go through regardless,
Add that on
could we please right now go turn on their irrigation and back charge them for that
I
also?
think it's to the benefit of the community that at least the entryway and all looks nice. I mean, we don't want it to look dead and have a drought and have a grass fire out there that Jason's gotta put out personally.
Do you know somebody with the water company?
Oh, well, I know someone who manages our water.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. That was all I have. Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
I'm good. Thanks. I sent out some information about the human trafficking. I met with those folks. We're third largest state in human trafficking, and I sent you the information for that. It's because we're such a tourist destination that that happens, and we don't realize it because there's so many people that we're not familiar with that we don't see that. So they've got a grant coming in from Darren Soto. I sent a letter, and I think Councilmember Urban sent a letter, just to be aware of it. It exists, and I met with them and just would like you to consider your support if you can send a letter to Darren to do that. It's mostly online, Mayor. It's mostly online. I didn't even realize it. Their predators are online, so that's all I got. But thank you very much for everything today.
Juan, was that an email that everybody got for that? Do you know?
It was
How did that
a
come?
letter we sent, or Sandra sent on behalf of each council person, so
I'll have to look at that.
I'll have to look at that
See
too.
if
But I passed out the last information, I think, during the last meeting, just the information I gathered.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you
right.
for allowing me.
Absolutely. Councilmember Paul.
Oh, yeah, so I have a few things. I did have a resident reach out to me about their pickup bins being cracked, and I'm assuming it's when it gets picked up by the clam. It basically crushed, they have a crack in their bin. And I know for a fact, because I have one in mine that's currently cracked, but I know if we call down to have it replaced, then we're charged $100 to have it replaced for something that we technically did not do. But how do we handle cases like that?
Yeah, we don't charge, if we break it, we bought it. But Mr. Felblinger.
Exactly, I'm sorry. That's exactly what I was going to say. We don't charge for it. If you call us and know something's broken, we actually have a staff member that goes around and fixes broken ones, and if they're cracked, we will replace them. We don't charge for that. The $100 charge is if you want an additional can. That's where we will charge $100. But to come and replace our infrastructure, we don't charge for that.
Okay, because the resident, when she indicated, she was like, if I call down there, they're gonna charge me for it. And so I said, I knew we had a meeting this week that I would bring it up and see how that is handled as well. So I will be calling down there tomorrow for myself.
Okay. Well, like I said, I can take care of that. And if the person that has the issue, if you have them reach out to me, I'll also make sure to
Okay,
take
I
care
can
of.
send you the address for that person as well, so,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
I do also, I know we talked about it earlier, and I don't want to deep dive in there, but we did have a private sponsor pay for one of the childs at Hopkins Park for the summer camp, which now will be refunded back to them. They paid for the whole 10 weeks for the summer, so they will be refunded back since that child will now be covered now. So,
They paid to go to the Civic Center?
yes.
They did? Okay.
Yeah, they paid for the whole 10 weeks
All right. And
for
they're gonna
one
get
child.
refunded because they're one of the 4.
Yes.
Cool.
And I also wanted to see if we can look at grant opportunities. As I'm out in the community, I network with different people, and I know we talk so much about summer camp, but I met someone from the Early Collation, which I plan to have a meeting with them, and would like to sit down to see what grant opportunities are out there to possibly maybe share with other organizations to let them know, because I find a lot of times people don't know. If you're not one that, research on the computer, you're not going to know what's out there. So I will be having a meeting with them to see, because that was one of the concerns when I went to Utah. They talked about this whole thing, how, with summer camps and stuff like that for the working families. And so I found it interesting that, we're having a discussion on that as well. So just wanted to share that. And then I had a recommendation from a citizen, and their idea is recommended a cemetery committee. And I thought it was interesting because back in November, I did bring up a concern about graves being deteriorating out there with cracks and stuff like that. And I know it costs money to have things replaced, or even with this crack, it could potentially lead to the graves being exposed and stuff like that. But this committee would go around, and I know we have a great sexton who keeps the graveyard looking beautiful out there, but he's one person, and to identify the different graves out there that are, deteriorating. Not everybody still has family around, so they might not pay attention to, the different things out there. But this committee and the two ladies who I spoke to are very interested in being a part of it. They will also identify grant opportunities because being that this cemetery is a historic, there are grant opportunities to help with this kind of stuff. And I know we talk about money all the time here, but it's additional resources where we can pull in the funding to help beautify these graves that are out there deteriorating. So wanted to share that on there and get your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, is that something that we can
Well,
look at?
are you looking at creating?
wanna do this?
So we're looking at a volunteer committee that would be responsible for maintenance of actually the grave sites?
Yeah, identifying the different graves, because, Michael is one person and out of however many graves that are out there, but, there are graves that are out there cracked. And I brought an issue back in 2024 after I got elected that I was at an event and people were pulling me over to see some of these graves and stuff like that. If he doesn't report it back, then who's going to know that these are out there, and eventually they get, exposed and stuff like that. So if we can catch it now, this committee could be something, they could be out there catching this stuff and bringing it back to identify the problems and stuff like that. Also look for additional opportunities for grants to help preserve that cemetery out there.
You're not saying they physically do the work. You're saying
No,
that
not
they
physically do the work.
Yeah, okay,
The
I'm
research, the
thinking.
grants,
Yes.
kind of programming to try and, okay, I'm good with that. As long as they're not physically,
Well, that's.
I
what
think
was
that's
trying
where
to
you
figure.
come into
Yeah,
some
exactly,
issues
yeah.
where.
So
No,
we
not
can-
doing the work.
Yeah, we.
Because Michael's pointed out some of those older tombs that are cracked or whatever, and that there are some things. And there was another gentleman, I think, that's,
Yeah. Because I have pictures of some
yeah, I
that were.
mean, maybe talk to city manager or city attorney and kick around ideas and bring something.
So we're looking basically at a citizens committee that would have some sort of advisory role, participation in maintaining the cemetery.
Yeah.
Not to do the actual work.
Not to do the actual
Yeah,
work,
it's
no,
just with-
no. Just identifying the different
And-
graves
and
that
then-
are damaged.
We can do
Yeah,
that.
and just like the St. Cloud Veterans Council, if they identify, they could either run it through the city council, but if it's required to use a 501c3, the Citizens Foundation can
Citizen
be
Found-
that.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Mayor. A lot of those grants that are out there are, especially ones that are associated with cemeteries, are not necessarily for public cemeteries. They're for a lot of the old private cemeteries that have become abandoned over the years. They weren't funded appropriately and go to the trust funds that are required for cemeteries. So it may be even better to get it to work through something like the Citizens Foundation for grants. But
Yeah.
that committee can
We-
research it and figure all that out.
The police department has used the Citizens Foundation for their shop at the cop. So it's essentially, it would be that council or that committee that would be going after the funds. They'd have to write the grant, but it'd have to be submitted through the Citizens Foundation. And then the monies would go towards those efforts.
We can work
And I
on
can
that.
see a lot of a lot of historical grants that can go out there
Yeah.
with that. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
'cause-
a good idea.
Okay.
There's a lot of history out there.
Yes, it is. Let me see. And then on May 7th, there is a community prayer breakfast hosted by Pastor Michael Young. He is in Kissimmee, but he did open and invite City of St. Cloud to participate as community leaders, which there will be other leaders participating as well, too, for this event. It starts at 8:30 in the morning on May 7th, so.
What's for breakfast?
I don't. Can't go wrong with
Can't
having
wonder.
prayer, so wanted to extend that to share that as well. And then other than that, I don't have anything else, and happy birthday to Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Thank you.
What?
It's only about 50 minutes away.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Well, yeah,
Facebook didn't notify me.
well, I know, but I think the grave area is a great idea. I'd like the council to at least look at the rates that we charge, because there is an expense in graves that will continue throughout the years, and to restore it, we are the lowest county, and I could be wrong, in the state for our grave placement and cost. But that's gonna be a forever cost. So I would like the council to consider at one point raising our rates, because if we don't catch up with it now, council members in 15 or 20 years, it's gonna affect them. So our rates are the lowest by far. They're over half as much as other cemeteries. And again, I don't wanna raise rates of people dying, but we have to maintain these for the rest of, not their lives, but however long it takes. And there's so much history there. I'd love to clean it up, but where the funds are found for that may be something that we do.
That's a great thing. I mean, that's what is good. It's going for those
Going for those.
other funds.
Yes, that's
That we wouldn't typically go after.
typically, yes, sir. But thanks, I just wanted to, and thank you for the birthday wish. I'm 63 and I'm born in 1963. Isn't that crazy? I'm old.
I think it's your lucky year.
All right, is that all, Councilmember Paul?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, looking back on what the city manager was talking about with getting some tasks on for our new economic development advisors, maybe something as well came up tonight that they can look into ways that our city can discourage what I call low-quality development, the storage units, the car washes, the dollar stores, and encourage, because obviously the state with their SB 180 and all their new bills is basically took away the power of the city to say what we want in our city. But we want to discourage this low-quality development as much as possible and get high-wage jobs in here, things where people can live, work, and play right in St. Cloud. So I would love for that to be one of their opening tasks with our city as well.
So if I'm understanding you right, parameters for what quality and quantity of businesses that we'd like, maybe a list or something like that for them to give them some directions. Is that what you're talking about, Councilmember?
Right, and what qualities that we don't like. Like
Exactly.
we don't want car washes, we don't want storage units and tire shops.
No one wants a tire shop until they have to get the tire changed.
Well, there's about 50 of them in St. Cloud, so you can go to one of those. But that's all I have.
All right, very cool. So the Osceola Council on Aging reached out to me. Of course, y'all know I represent you guys, this board, on their council, as a board director. So they emailed me asking if I could do for May Older Americans Month, do a proclamation. This is one that came in after the.
Me or Dan?
Everybody, you guys. Yeah, you're gonna be the poster child for Older Americans Month.
Can we limit Mr. Gilmert's time, please?
All right, are you guys good with
Get a
that?
little slap happy, yeah.
Are we good? We're good, we're good, okay. Yeah, that doesn't take a vote, just a consensus is good
Right,
enough.
it'll be, you wanna do it at the next meeting.
Yeah, in the May
So,
meeting,
Oh,
yeah, correct. We'll present that to the council, as long as they bring cookies they brought last time. Yeah. No, we enjoy them. That's a great group, obviously. In fact, we all did the Meals on Wheels over there.
Best thing.
Yeah.
Tough was best.
Yeah, that was so cool going out there. The first house I stopped at, we were out in the manor and happened to know the folks. And,
That's awesome.
yeah. And the folks I went out with, we jumped in a car with a group that has a route already, and they mailed me a letter, and said they had such a great time doing it with me and doing the route. So that's done. I just want to let you know, last Saturday, I had the honor of being the guest speaker at the St. Cloud High School Junior ROTC Awards Banquet. That was up there at the Floridian Hotel at the Florida Mall. Last time I was there was 1998 prom. St. Cloud High School prom.
Used to be Sheridan.
What's that?
Used to be Sheridan, right?
It was called the Floridian, I don't know.
Yeah,
1998.
Next to
it was
the
Floridian.
Florida Mall?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right there, Florida Mall.
Their flag's a Sheridan, yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, it was a packed house, and all these kids were dressed up in their, in their uniforms, and Colonel Donnelly was there, and the principal, Nate Fancher, was there, and that whole table of, the St. Cloud High folks. So it was so cool. It was an honor to be there. And after that, I came down here to the, Taste of Main Street, which was an amazing event. I know Councilmember Paul was there, and she was, did you taste everything around the room? I mean, it was good. A lot of St.
Got
Cloud.
full.
Yeah, we got some delicious food here in the city. Thought I would see you there, Ken, but I didn't.
I would have been, but my daughter got her confirmation
Right.
on that same day, and we had 12 of their members in, so we were at St. Thomas Aquinas from 6 till about, 12:30, Veronica?
I think I got home at 11:15.
And that was the night before Easter.
Yes, but
Just to go right back to morning mass.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
No, it counted.
I
It
did.
it counted. That was the Easter vigil.
I had to go back.
That was the Easter vigil, longest mass of the Catholic
My
year.
life, right.
That doesn't count, does it, Dan?
Does
Not for
That's
me.
not-
No, I had to go back. I was
That
back
is
to
the
church
the
Sunday.
authority on-
Village mass, that doesn't count forward towards the sun. So one Saturday.
Nuh-uh.
Yep. No, I went back to church
I
Sunday.
bragged
just
to
so
my
you know.
mom.
All right, there was that, and this morning, I know Councilmember Paul was there as well. We were at Mater Academy, and we got to do career day there. So we spent about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I visited 3 rooms. I don't know how long you stayed.
They had me at 5, and then
5?
I go to Neptune Middle School tomorrow for career day, so.
Very cool. Yeah, I had to leave a little earlier, but I got in a few, and those kids had all the questions. The first class was civics class, and so that was a fun one. Other than that, I've got nothing else, and I think if nobody else has anything else, let me go
I'll
ahead.
join you, Ms. Paul, but I got the Central Florida MPO at 9 o'clock at downtown Orlando, so sorry.
I don't get invited to these things. They always send me
We're a
something.
team, so hey.
That's right.
Ken doesn't go, he doesn't have a career. All right, next up, we have the information section, report section, Friday, April 10th, 2026, Veterans Council meeting, 1 PM, City Hall. Thursday, April 16th, 2026, City Council workshop, 2:30 PM, City Hall, Council Chambers. Thursday, May 14th, 2026, City Council meeting, 6:30 PM, City Hall, Council Chambers. Reports, warrant list, number 6, fiscal year 26. Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes, January 21st, 2026, and this meeting is adjourned.